بسم الله توكلت على الله ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا وعظيمنا رسول الله المصطفى وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تلا. All right, let's do the next installment of this Abu Shuja marathon. And if we are successful, then we will complete the whole Kitab al-Tahara. Yani, hopefully today. We'll see. Allahumma yassir wa la tu'assir. So, let's get started right away. The author says, Faslun fin najasat. Section in the filth. So, Abu Shuja himself just says, Fasl section. Fin najasat, in the filths, yani concerning the topic of filth. Filth, the different types of filth, he pluralized it. And the filth is divided in so many different ways. Let's see something right here. So we are here, just section. Al-khabathu ala thalathati anwa'. The Shaykh says, and this is Shaykh's explanation of Abu Shuja'. Khabath, filth. That's another word other than najas. Is of three types. مخفف وهو بول الصبي الذي لم يأكل الطعام أو متوسط كالبول والدم ونحو ذلك أو مغلظ كبول الكلب والخنزير. Filth is of three categories. Either it is light, which is the urine of the baby boy who has yet to eat food, or medium, like the urine and the blood and the likes of that, or intense, like dog urine or pig urine. So, we didn't get into Abu Shuja's text yet, other than section. The explainer is filling in information for us. He gave us an introduction here. He started us off by actually not even straightforwardly defining filth. Usually that's where you start with definitions. He started us off by immediately giving us three divisions of filth: light, medium, and intense. That's one thing. Not to mention that he chose this way out of numerous ways to categorize filth. Because filth could be detectable or undetectable. Or filth could be excused or unexcused. Or filth could be wet or dry, or other ways. So, I inquired about why the Sheikh did like that, why he chose this way of categorization first, but I didn't get an answer yet. وَدَلِيلُ وُجُوبِ الطَّهَارَةِ مِنَ الْخَبَثِ مَا وَرَدَ فِي الصَّحِيحَيْنِ. And the evidence for the obligation of purification from filth is what came in the two authentic books, من قصة الأعرابي, concerning the story of the Bedouin, الذي بال في المسجد, he who urinated in the masjid, yani on the ground of the masjid. Then the ground was sand. فقال عليه الصلاة والسلام صبوا عليه ذنوبا من ماء. And so the Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام said, pour upon it a bucket full of water. The noob is a bucket full, or close to full. As the noob with the fatha on the dhal, not dhunub with a dhamma on the dhal, then that's sins. That's the plural of them, dhunub. This is dhanub. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وكل مائع خرج من السبيلين نجس إلا المني. Yeah, before that, real quick here. So, what's the second thing the Shaykh mentioned? First thing he mentioned was dividing najasa into three categories. Second thing he mentioned was the evidence for the obligation of removing najasa. The evidence for the obligation of removing it. Yani, removing the najasa is the real point of the chapter. The real point of the chapter is not just to point out the najasa. The real point of the chapter is to know how to remove it. And, okay, so we want to remove the najasa. Is it obligatory or is not obligatory? Sheikh says here, the evidence for the obligation of purification from filth is what came in the two authentic books, which was that the Prophet ﷺ said, pour upon that a bucket full of water when the Bedouin urinated on the ground. Where is the evidence, by the way? Does the hadith say it is obligatory to remove najasa? Doesn't say that. So where's the evidence? The evidence is in, I wonder if anyone knows the answer. Delicate answer there. 5. Let me repeat the hadith though. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Subbu alayhi dhanuban mimma." Pour upon it a bucket full of water. So where's the evidence for the obligation? Doesn't say here. It's obligatory to remove filth. 5.
Is it him saying to pour when he
Yes.
command?
Yeah,
as
it's the
opposed to ask?
command. The command.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what's the word I'm looking for. It's the command. Al-amr. A command is evidence for an obligation. And that talk is from the field of usulul fiqh. Usulul fiqh. Fundamentals of fiqh. Usulul fiqh, that's the science of, and it's like the clockwork of the fiqh working in the background. The fiqh is the rules we practice. That's the clock we see on the outside. That's the hands of the clock going around on the outside. Usul al-fiqh is all the machinery on the inside. The command is the evidence for the obligation. But when we say it's obligatory to remove the filth, it's important for you to know that this has a limitation. I mean, it's not absolutely obligatory. When is it obligatory, or why, better word, why is it obligatory to remove filth?
To perform prayer?
Yes, or more broad answer is, let me see.
Acts of worship?
Yes, exactly. For acts of worship. And that's, of course, not for all acts of worship, rather for any act of worship that requires purity. Such as prayer, such as what else?
Touching the mushaf?
Correct. Such as what else? Wait, do you need to remove the filth to touch mushaf? Yeah, if the filth is on your fingertips. Such as what else?
Entering the masjid?
No, you don't have to remove najasa from yourself to enter the masjid.
Making tawaf around the Kaaba.
Tawaf around the Kaaba, correct. Yeah. What else? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Khutbah for Jumu'ah.
Oh, yes.
Barakallahu feekum, great job. So that's why it would be obligatory to remove najasa, not just because it's present only. It's not obligatory merely because it's present. So this means that it's not obligatory on you, for example, to remove najasa from a mattress. Not unless you're going to pray while carrying that mattress, you're going to remove the najasa or drop the mattress. Or not unless you want to take that mattress and turn it into clothing and then pray with it on. Still the same thing as carrying it. And like that. Okay. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وكل مائع خرج من السبيلين نجس إلا المني. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, any fluid that exits from the eliminatory outlets or the eliminatory passages is najis, filthy, except ejaculated fluid. Okay. الشرح, the explanation. كل مائع رطب, every moist fluid. So, as if that's emphatic. Yani, I don't know about ma'ir, that's not ratub. Ma'ir is fluid, ratub is moist. So, ratub is describing the ma'ir here. So, it's like saying every moist fluid. So, fluid's usually going to be moist. I don't know about a fluid being dry personally. So, as if then that is emphasis. كل مائع رطب خرج من أحد سبيلين القبل أو الدبر نجس. Every moist fluid exiting from one of the two passageways, the front or the back, is filthy. So qubul, that's front passageway for male and female. Dubur is back passageway, also male or female. It is najisun, filthy, سواء كان معتادا, whether it's normal, كالبول والغائط, like urine and feces, أو غير معتاد, or unusual, كالودي, like, I saw a translation, post-urinary discharge. Post-urinary discharge, al-wadi. You know the wadi, inshallah. We'll come back to it in a moment, inshallah. Wal-madhi, and the pre-ejaculated fluid. So it says here, that's not normal. غير معتاد. That's what it says here. What does it mean that it's not normal? Meaning that's not frequent. So whether it is normal or not normal, then it's still going to be najis if it comes from the two passageways and it's moist. It's the moisture. The moisture is the najasa. Not necessarily the object that comes out. Possible an object will come out of there, a solid object. Like right now, we're not exactly talking about a solid object. We're talking about the moisture. It's possible that a solid object would come out of one of those passageways. That object itself is pure, and any moisture on it is filthy. An example is a worm. The worm itself would be pure, while any moisture on it is filthy because of it coming out of those passageways. إلا المني, except the sperm. فإنه طاهر, for indeed it is pure. من الآدمي ومن جميع الحيوان الطاهر. From a human and from every pure animal. So that means everything but a dog and a pig. According to this, every creature's sperm, other than a dog or a pig, is pure, not filthy. I'm going to use the word sperm for female also. إلا الكلب والخنزير وما تولد منهما أو من أحدهما, except a dog or a pig or any hybrid from either of them. That's one of the rare cases where my English translation can be briefer than the Arabic. except a dog or a pig, وَمَا تَوَلَّدَ مِنْهُمَا أَوْ مِنْ أَحَدِهِمَا, or a hybrid from either of them. That's briefer, and it has the meaning. ولكن يستحب عند الإمام الشافعي غسل ما أصابه المني. However, it is recommended, according to Imam al-Shafi'i, to wash what the sperm comes in contact with. خروجا من الخلاف, to avoid the difference in opinion. Yani, to avoid going against those who said that the mani is najasa. So according to Ash-Shafi'i, the mani is not najasa. Removing it is only recommended because it's not filthy. And it is recommended to avoid the difference in opinion of those who said that it is najasa. That's something that the madhabs observe. Even if one school differs, yani one imam differs with another, or there is a saying that's different from a saying in another school, the scholars of yani each school would say, but it's better to do like this so to avoid the difference in opinion. Do like such and such, so to avoid the difference in opinion.
I'm so sorry. Would you mind repeating where it said that, where you mentioned it is recommended to clean what it came in contact with?
Yes.
Okay.
خروجا من الخلاف, what the sperm came in contact with, to avoid the difference in opinion. The difference in opinion about what? About whether sperm is filthy or not.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. والمذي بالذال المعجمة ماء أبيض رقيق. And the madhi, the pre-ejaculated fluid. Question, yes, go ahead, please. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Well, we're not talking about that now. So if you have a question about what we are talking about, then you can feel free. MashaAllah. Remind me. You're welcome. Ameen. The author says, وَالْمَذْيُ بِالذَّالِ الْمُعْجَمَةِ مَاءٌ أَبْيَضُ رَقِيقٌ يَخْرُجُ بِلَا شَهْوَةٍ قَوِيَّةٍ. The madhi, this word, this Arabic word with a dhal, بِالذَّالِ الْمُعْجَمَةِ, the dhal, the one that has a dot, it is a white, thin fluid, mat, water, fluid. It is a white, thin fluid. يخرج بلا شهوة قوية. It comes out without strong desire. And it could come out without realizing it, or very subtly. ونجاسته أخذت من الحديث لما سئل عنه النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. And the proof that this material is filthy is taken from the hadith when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was asked. وكان سائل المقداد بن الأسود When the Prophet ﷺ was asked, and the one who asked him was Al-Miqdad ibn al-Aswad, فَأَجَابَ الرَّسُولُ بِقَوْلِهِ يَغْسِلُ ذَكَرَهُ. So Al-Miqdad ibn al-Aswad, he asked the Prophet ﷺ a question regarding someone who had excessive pre-ejaculated fluid. So the Prophet said what he is to do. He said, يَغْسِلُ ذَكَرَهُ. He washes his penis. So then this is evidence that is najasa. يَغْسِلُ مَوْضِعَ الْخُرُوجِ, meaning he washes the spot where it emerged, yani anywhere that it came in contact with. وَمَا أَصَابَهُ مِنَ الثَّوْبِ, and any clothing that it contacted. وقال بعضهم يغسل كل الذكر كما تقدم. And some said one is to wash the entire penis as already presented, meaning for the case of pre-ejaculated fluid. There's two sayings there. One saying is that it's enough just to wash where it emerged, which means wherever it got to, whatever it touched. And the other saying is that it's obligatory to wash the entire penis. And where the evidence for that come from? Right from the hadith right there. يَغْسِلُ ذَكَرَهُ, he washes his penis. كَمَا تَقَدَّمْ, as already presented, if you remember from previous lessons. وَأَمَّا الْوَدِي, now as for what I saw translated as post-urinary discharge, فَهُوَ بِالْمُهْمَلَةِ, it's with a dal without a dot. ماء أبيض كدر ثخين, it is a white, murky, thick fluid. So it has more resemblance to sperm actually. يخرج عقب البول, it comes out after urinating. أو عند حمل شيء ثقيل, or upon carrying something heavy, يعني, or straining, basically, because when you're carrying something heavy, you're straining. So also, if a person were straining while defecating, this stuff could come out. وَهُوَ نَجِسٌ قِيَاسًا عَلَى الْمَذِي, and this material, it is filthy, and the evidence for its filthiness is qiyas, legal comparison. What is being compared to? Comparing it to the pre-ejaculated fluid. Giving it the judgment of the pre-ejaculated fluid, meaning, what's the proof in the religion? The Quran, the Hadith, the consensus, and the qiyas, the legal comparison. So, why are we comparing the post-urinary discharge to the pre-ejaculated fluid? Why are we comparing it to that? Because that has a proof, a hadith proof. That material has a hadith proof. So that one has a hadith proof, so it has an evidence. What about the post-urinary fluid? Does it have a hadith proof? Not that I know. If it did, I don't know why the author would say it's not just by comparing it. We would rather say it's not just because of the hadith. So that's where the evidence is. The qiyas, the legal comparison. It is not just comparing it to madhi. واستثني من ذلك عند جمع من الشافعية فضلات النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فإنها طاهرة. And excluded from that, according to a group of Shafi'is, is the excrements of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The excrements of the Prophet are excluded from this judgment of najasa, means not najasa. According to a group of Shafi'is, and we say that this is the case, we agree with this group here, The excrements of the Prophet ﷺ are not filthy. وهذا هو القول المعتمد. This is the reliable saying. This is what you should take by. Neither is urine, nor is feces, nor is blood. None of that is najasa from the Prophet ﷺ. ومنهم من قال إنها نجسة كفضلات غيره. And amongst them are those who said that the Prophet's excrements are filthy like anyone else's. What do we have in a footnote here? Just some citations. They are pure. نهاية المحتاج and أسنى المطالب. Okay. There's proofs for that. One of the companions, or more than one, swallowed the Prophet's blood, alayhi salatu wassalam, and one of them swallowed the Prophet's urine, alayhi salatu wassalam, not knowing that was urine though. So those hadiths and whatever was said in those hadiths, which I don't have right now for you, they prove that the excrements of the Prophet alayhi salatu wassalam is not najasa. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وغسل جميع الأبوال والأرواث واجب. Washing all urine and feces is obligatory. الشرح غسل جميع ما أصابته الأبوال والأرواث واجب. The explanation is that washing anything that the urine and the feces contacted is what's obligatory. So Abu Shuja's statement itself, like it's translated here, washing all urine and feces is obligatory. What does that mean? It means washing all of what is contacted by urine and feces is obligatory. Otherwise, you can't wash the urine or the feces. There's no point in doing so. It won't become pure. It is itself filthy. That's called najisul ayn. Yani, it is intrinsically filthy. It is itself filthy. A piece of feces, for example, or some blood, for example, or some vomit. So there is no point in washing these things. You cannot clean them. But I have a question for you. Only a 5 count though. Is there a way to purify something that is najisul ayn? Is there a way to purify something that is najisul ayn, something that is filthy itself? 5, 4. Yeah, if the answer is yes, I want you to give me an example. 3, 2, 1. Yes, by transformation. By transformation. We should have covered that. We covered that when we talked about tanning. Isn't it that you take a najasa skin, the skin of the dead animal is najas, and then you tan it? Yeah, dibagh. Then it becomes pure. It transforms into being pure. Transformation. And isn't it that you make vinegar from wine? The wine is najasa, then it turns into vinegar. So it transforms from being najas into something pure? Yes. Najasa is, if it is purified, it would be purified by transformation, not by washing it. Not all the najasa can be transformed also. There's limited cases. So he said washing all of the urine and the feces is obligatory. Okay, if you have a question, go ahead, please. And he used plural forms, by the way, so literally it's saying washing all of the urines and the feces is obligatory. Maybe feces doesn't take a plural in English. The dungs is obligatory. So it means, like the explainer said here, غسل جميع ما أصابته الأبوال والأرواث واجب. Washing all of what was contacted by the urines and the dungs is obligatory. سواء كان من حيوان مأكول أو غير مأكول. Whether that's from an edible animal or an inedible animal. You know, it's an edible animal. A chicken, a cow, a sheep, a horse, an inedible animal, a bear, a wolf, an elephant. All of it is najasa. Wala, meaning all the animals here. It says whether it's edible animal or inedible animal. There's no third category. So it means all the animals. ولا بد من الغسل عند إرادة القيام إلى الصلاة. And it is unavoidable washing the najasa is unavoidable when wanting to engage in prayer. القيام إلى الصلاة أي الإتيان بها. القيام إلى الصلاة الإتيان بها. Standing to pray, which means performing the prayer. فإن لم يرد الصلاة بالثوب الذي أصابه بول جاز تركه. If one did not want to pray in the clothing that got touched by urine, then it is permissible to leave it there, like we already said. So the obligation of lifting, removing the najasa is for worships that require that. And that is the point of this chapter. The point of this chapter is how to remove filth. Because this is the chapter of purification. Kitab, this is the Kitab of Tahara, the book of purification, not the book of Najasa, the book of purification. Purification has 4 objectives, yani 4 things you want to do. All of your purification revolves around 4 things that you want to do. You want to make wudu, you want to make a ghusl, you want to make tayammum, or you want to remove najasa. And the rules of vaginal bleeding come under all of those 4. That's all your purification, Kitab al-Tahara. Add to that what's haram to do if you're impure. That's all your Kitab al-Tahara. So removing the najasa, that's the tahara, not the najasa is the tahara. Why are we talking about najasa then? Because if we're going to talk about removing najasa, we got to talk about najasa. So the point of Kitab al-Tahara is to talk about how to remove najasa, because we're talking about tahara, purification. But you can't achieve that without actually talking about the najasa. So we're going to talk about the najasa too. قال المؤلف رحمه الله إلا بول الصبي الذي لم يأكل الطعام فإنه يطهر برش الماء عليه. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, except the urine of the baby boy who has not yet eaten food, for his urine is purified by spraying water upon it, or spraying or sprinkling water upon it. الشرح, the explanation. بول الصبي الذي لم يأكل الطعام يطهر برش الماء على موضعه. The urine of a baby boy who has yet to eat food, that means he's only consumed milk for sustenance, like we're going to say. The urine of the baby boy who has yet to eat food is purified by sprinkling water upon the spot. So it's not the urine that's purified, it's the spot that's being purified. حتى يعمه ويغمره. I don't know the harakat for this. I'll have to check it inshallah.
ويغمره سيدي.
ويغمره بارك الله فيك. أي يوصل الماء إلى حيث وصلت النجاسة بدون اشتراط سيلان. So the explanation is that the urine of the baby boy who has yet to eat food, his urine is purified by spraying or sprinkling water upon it, upon its spot, to the extent that this spray or sprinkling engulfs the entire spot, meaning he makes the water reach to wherever the najasa reached, but without the condition of the water running. That's the difference. That's why it said except. Yani, you might say, aren't we still talking about cleaning the urine of the baby boy? Yes, we are. Yeah, weren't we talking about cleaning all the urine and feces? Yes, we were. We are now talking about cleaning the urine of the baby boy. Yes, we are. So why we said except? Are we not still talking about the same thing, cleaning the urine? The answer is we said except because, not because we're talking about other than cleaning the urine. Rather, we're talking about the fact that this urine only requires spraying and does not require for the water to flow. That's the exception. That means it's a light najasa. وهذا في بول الصبي الذكر. This is concerning the urine of the male baby. الذي لم يأكل الطعام, the one who has yet to eat food. وله من العمر دون السنتين, and he is less than 2 years old. فلو أكل طعام أو جاوز السنتين. So if he ate food or went beyond 2 years, فإن بوله كبول الكبير, then his urine will indeed be like the urine of an adult. وأما البنت فبولها كبول الكبيرة, and as for a girl, meaning a baby girl, a comparable baby girl, her urine is like the urine of a woman. وإن لم تأكل الطعام, even if she did not eat food. لخبر يغسل من بول الجارية ويرش من بول الغلام. Due to the report, the urine of the girl is washed and the urine of the boy is sprayed. Yani, under the condition that he is 2 years old, less than 2 years old, under the condition that he's less than 2 years old and he has yet to eat food. رواه أبو داود والترمذي وحسنه. Abu Dawood and At-Tirmidhi narrated that, and At-Tirmidhi deemed it a fair hadith. يغسل من بول الجارية ويرش من بول الصبي. That's not hard hadith to remember. يغسل من بول الجارية ويرش من بول الصبي. Narrated by Abu Dawood and At-Tirmidhi. I'm sorry, Al-Ghulam. Did I say Al-Sabi twice? Al-Ghulam. يغسل من بول الجارية ويرش من بول الغلام. رواه أبو داود والترمذي وحسنه. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ولا يعفى عن شيء من النجاسات إلا اليسير من الدم والقيح. No najis filth is exempted except scarce blood and pus. The author says, الشرح, the explanation, أنه لا يعفى عن شيء من النجاسات إلا اليسير من الدم والقيح, is that, according to Abu Shuja, so the explainer immediately explained what Abu Shuja said without criticizing it first. Let's see if he has a criticism for what Abu Shuja said, though. So firstly, in just directly explaining what he said, according to what he said, there is no excused filth. Nothing of filth is excused, pardoned, overlooked, except a little bit of blood and pus. So then he said, "Ala ma jara alayhi Abu Shuja." According to the way Abu Shuja went, according to the saying he took, that right there is a hint that there's another saying. وقوله باشتراط القليل المشعر بعدم العفو عن الكثير من ذلك اتبع فيه ترجيح الرافعي. Now, so looks like his statement is disputable. So, did he take it from elsewhere? Yes, he did. His making this a condition, because when he says not excused except such and such, it means he's qualifying and being limited. He is deliberately not having open words here. So that means there's a condition. So his condition of it being a little bit gives the impression, al-mush'ir bi'adami al-afwi ani al-kathir, it gives the impression that a lot of najasa would not be overlooked. Gives the impression that a lot of najasa would not be overlooked. These are some of the statements that are important to understand when going over the text of Abu Shuja. So that you explain these cases according to the strong way. So the way he said it gives the impression that a lot of najasa could not be excused. اتبع فيه ترجيح الرافعي. In this case, he took what al-Rafi'i preponderated. You remember al-Rafi'i, inshallah? Question for you. Who is the peer of al-Rafi'i in these discussions of ours? When we talk about these matters of Shafi'i fiqh, and we name the scholars, and you know there's levels of scholars, rankings. So this one, al-Rafi'i, there's someone who's mentioned like a counterpart of his, or even an alternative to al-Rafi'i. Who is that one?
البيهقي.
Not
النووي.
al-Bayhaqi.
Nawawi.
An-Nawawi. No, al-Bayhaqi is higher than al-Rafi'i. An-Nawawi. So to remind you then, what's the significance, quickly, of al-Rafi'i and an-Nawawi in the Shafi'i school? Why you want to know that? Because now we're going more than obligatory knowledge here. So we want to understand the madhab. The significance of al-Shafi'i, of an-Nawawi and al-Rafi'i in the Shafi'i school. These two are the sheikhs of the Shafi'is. The sheikhs of the Shafi'is, meaning here, in simplified terms, there's the Imam of the Madhab, al-Shafi'i. He's the Imam. Then there are scholars under him. I'm going to call them the junior mujtahids under al-Shafi'i. So al-Shafi'i is the main mujtahid. There's the junior mujtahids under him. And all of them, they have their ijtihad, and their ijtihad is the Shafi'i school, They are junior mujtahids under al-Shafi'i. Their ijtihad is part of the Shafi'i school. Then there come some scholars who they know all of that. And they have the knowledge to sift through this and funnel information to you. They give you refined presentation of the knowledge. So there's two of them in particular, two outstanding ones in particular that the Shafi'is who come after them cite. Those are al-Rafi'i and an-Nawawi. So in a lot of the cases, we'll see here, in a lot of the cases where we don't agree with Abu Shuja, we find that he is following the Rafi'i take on the Shafi'i school. So there's things where al-Rafi'i and an-Nawawi agreed, and there's things where they disagreed. And a lot of times they give preference to an-Nawawi, but it's not a condition. An-Nawawi is not a condition if they differ. Okay. So Abu Shuja, he said, ولا يرفع عن شيء من النجاسات إلا اليسير من الدم والقيح. Only a little bit of blood and pus are excused from amongst the najasa. So this gives the impression that a lot would not be excused. And is that the case? According to Al-Rafi'i, that's the case. So Abu Shuja' follows Al-Rafi'i here. The Shaykh says, وَالْمُعْتَمَدُ الَّذِي رَجَّحَهُ النَّوَوِي أَنَّهُ يُعْفَى عَنِ الْقَلِيلِ وَالْكَثِيرِ. And what's reliable, as preponderated by An-Nawawi, is that a lot and a little bit can be pardoned. Not only a little bit can be pardoned, a lot and a little bit can be pardoned. من ذلك كالدم الذي يخرج من القرح والدمل, like the blood that comes out of the qarh. Right now I don't remember the qarh. Is that the ulcer? I don't recall.
Isn't that like a wound, Sheikh, like a slice in the body?
Qarh?
Yeah.
I don't remember. You might be thinking of jarh.
Awesome.
والدمل, and the pimples. والقيح الذي يخرج منهما, and also the pus that comes out of them. I think that's an ulcer, a sore, an open sore. I'm looking in Al-Misbah al-Munir. جرحته والقرح بالضم وقيل المضموم والمفتوح لغتان كالجهد والجهد. I think it's, you said inflammation. I think it's a sore. I think it's an ulcer. We'll see, inshallah. Inflammation means swelling.
Isn't there a hadith about the woman that if her husband had a qurha that she would, I don't know if it's translated as lick it for him or something like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
شيخي
Yes.
نظرت لك في التحفة مما تلقينا مؤخرا. قال الشيخ زكريا وماء قرح أي جرح تغير ريحه لأنه دم مستحيل.
نعم.
وهنا أضاف الشيخ ريحه أو طعمه أو لونه دم مستحيل متغير من حال إلى حال.
نعم.
هذا هو القرح. فإن لم يتغير فطاهر كالعرق خلافا للرافعي. هذا
Barakallahu fi. Yeah, it means a festering wound. A festering wound.
Okay.
Festering means that what's coming out is like how you read to me now. It's transformed. Yani, what's coming out, it smells bad and yani, changed, mutated. That's najasa. So a lot of that is excused too. فَيُعْفَى عَنْ قَلِيلِهَا وَكَثِيرِهَا فِي الثَّوْبِ وَالْبَدَنِ. A little bit of that and a lot of that is excused on the clothing and the body. وَيُعْفَى, meaning for prayer. وَيُعْفَى أَيْضًا عَنِ الْقَلِيلِ مِنْ دَمِ الْأَجْنَبِي. And also a little bit of foreign blood is overlooked. A little bit of foreign blood is overlooked. Yani, when the najasa is from someone else, like the blood is from someone else, then it's not going to be overlooked if it's a lot. Najasa can be overlooked if it's a lot, if it's from yourself. Not absolutely, but meaning. Not if it's from someone else. If it's from someone else, then it's not going to be overlooked if it's a lot. Yes, there was also something else I wanted to draw your attention to. Didn't we just say here, His statement gives the impression that a lot of najasa can't be overlooked. Also, he has a previous statement that gives an impression that we want to clarify. His statement, Abu Shuja's statement here, the first statement, وَكُلُّ مَائِعٍ خَرَجَ مِنَ السَّبِيلَيْنِ خَرَجَ مِنَ السَّبِيلَيْنِ نَجِسٌ إِلَّا الْمَنِيِّ. Every fluid that comes out of the two passageways is filthy except mani. This gives an impression that something solid coming out is not najis. Gives the impression. Because there is no signal here to what is solid. There is only a signal here to what is wet. Everything wet that comes out of the two passageways is filthy except mani. So then someone might take away from that, what if it's solid? It's not najis? So the answer is, also was solid that comes out of there is najis if it was something were something transformed inside the body. If it were something that were in the body and then transformed in there and then came out from the two passageways, not talking about another way, the passageways, front and back, transformed in the body, came out from either of the two passageways, then it's najasa. There's najasa. Even if it's solid, what that means is if something went into the body, solid, and came out without transforming, then still pure. Imagine if you swallowed a stone or a coin, and then it came out the way it went in. Then it's still pure. But if it's wet, it's contaminated, and you'd have to rinse it off. Okay. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وما لا نفس له سائلة إذا وقع في الإناء ومات فيه فإنه لا ينجسه. And he has more to add to what's exempted. Except scarce blood and pus, and except that which does not have flowing blood, if it fell into the container and died in it. For it does not dirty it, yani does not make it filthy. Yani does not make it filthy. Okay. That's the second thing that Abu Shuja excused from amongst the najasas. Ash-sharhu, the explanation. أنه يرفع عن ميتة ما لا نفس له سائلة. Excused from the najasa. And we say excused doesn't mean it's not najasa. It is najasa, but it's excused. And then you might say, what's the meaning of an excused najasa? I could say to you, that means doesn't contaminate. Then you still might say, oh, my question still stands. Doesn't contaminate. Why are we even regarding it as najasa? Are we not burdening ourselves by calling it najasa if it's excused? It's like we're treating it like it's not najasa. So what does it mean to be excused najasa? Why don't we just say it's not najasa? The answer is because you can't eat it. Because you cannot eat it. Najasa is something that you cannot consume. So we see as we have gone further that the Shaykh didn't even give the definition of najasa. Not here. Now I'm reviewing with you, so I'm going to see what's coming. Usually the definitions are put in the beginning, so you know from the beginning which you are dealing with. So what is the najasa then, since we're here? كل عين حرم تناولها على الإطلاق مع سهولة التمييز وقت الاختيار لا لحرمتها ولا لضررها ولا لاستقذارها. That means najasa is every substance. We say substance here, we mean not air. The air doesn't get contaminated by najasa because it blows. If the wind blows on the najasa, it's not going to become contaminated. Kullu ayn, every substance that's absolutely forbidden to consume حالة الاختيار. كل عين حرم تناولها على الإطلاق حالة الاختيار مع سهولة التمييز. Every substance that's absolutely forbidden to consume under normal circumstances while it is easily distinguishable. Then there's more to the definition. Why is absolutely forbidden to be consumed under normal circumstances when it's easily distinguishable? Not because of any privilege that it has. There's no privilege that it has that makes it inedible. That's not why you can't eat it. And not because of harm. It's not harmful to the body or mind like stones or poison or drugs. That's not why you can't eat it. وَلَا لِاسْتِقْذَارِهَا, it's not haram to eat it because it's repulsive, meaning could be not repulsive and you still can't eat it. It's haram to eat repulsive things like semen and like rotten food and like saliva that comes out of the mouth, a collectible amount of saliva that's out of the mouth. You can't put it back in your mouth and swallow it. Not your own or anyone else's. That's disgusting. It's not permissible to eat what's disgusting. But najasa is not being disgusting that makes it forbidden to eat it. So then why you can't eat it? Because it's najasa. Meaning, what this definition means is that there's 4 reasons why you cannot eat something. Either you can't eat it because it's harmful, like stones and poison and drugs, harmful to the body or mind. Or you can't eat it because it's disgusting, like what we mentioned. Or you can't eat it because it has, I'm going to use the word privilege. I'm not going to use the word honor. It has privilege. That's human meat. You can't eat a human. Even a kafir. That's why I'm not going to say honor, because kafir doesn't have honor. But he has a privilege. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. Allah gave privilege to the human, to the child of Adam, the children of Adam. So you can't eat his body. And the 4th reason why you can't eat something, because it's najasa. Like urine, feces, and blood. You cannot eat that. So when you exclude any 3 out of these 4, then only one will be left. There's 4 reasons why you can't eat something. Because it's harmful. Because it has privilege. Because it's disgusting. Or because it's filth. So if you exclude 3, then that leaves by process of elimination 1. So the definition of najasa revolves around the prohibition of consuming it. That's the detailed definition here that we're relying on. Every substance that's absolutely forbidden to be consumed under normal circumstances while easily distinguishable. While easily distinguishable means, for example, you can see the dead worm sticking out of your fruit. So you can't just eat it anyway, because you can easily distinguish it. Whereas if that worm were embedded in your fruit, you're not obligated to pull the fruit apart and make sure there's no worms in there. So you can just eat it. Eat the fruit without knowing there's a worm in there. There's no sin. Every substance is absolutely forbidden to consume under normal circumstances while easily distinguishable, not because it's harmful and not because of any privilege and not because it's disgusting. That's najasa. And some scholars said najasa is a repulsive material that prevents the validity of prayer when there is no excuse. That's a briefer definition. A repulsive material that prevents the validity of prayer when there is no excuse. But this definition is not the better one. The better one is the one I started with for you. Because this definition that I just told you now, it quantifies najasa as something disgusting or repulsive. And the first definition, the long detailed one I gave you, it quantifies najasa as something inedible, not something disgusting. And actually, that definition makes najasa something different from something repulsive. Being repulsive is one thing, being najasa is another thing. So if you want, take that definition, inshallah. Hopefully you wrote it down. I said it several times. So that's why there's something called excused najasa. If you were to ask, what's the point of excused najasa? Is this not redundant or something? So the
Yes, for
point
me
of
too. Would you
ex-
mind? I'm so sorry. Would you mind please repeating the other definition of najasa with regards to praying, please?
yes, yes. The point of the najasa being excused and still calling it najasa is that you cannot eat it. So this is najasa, even if it's excused, even if it doesn't contaminate something else. What's the other definition? مستقذر يمنع صحة الصلاة حيث لا مرخص. A repulsive material that prevents the validity of prayer when there is no excuse.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the last few words again, please?
Yes.
A repulsive material that.
A repulsive material that prevents the validity of prayer when there is no excuse. So, Abu Shuja says, and that which does not have flowing blood, that's an excused najasa if it fell into the container and died in it, for it does not make it filthy. It does not contaminate the liquid in the container. الشرح أنه يعفى عن ميتة ما لا نفس له سائلة. The explanation is that the dead thing that does not have flowing blood is excused. What does it mean it doesn't have flowing blood? It doesn't have flowing blood إذا شق عضو منه. If one of its limbs is dismembered or cut. If one of its limbs were dismembered, it does not bleed. It does not have flowing blood. And what does it mean that it does not have flowing blood? Does that mean it has blood but does not flow? Or does that mean it doesn't even have blood? The answer is both of those. Whether it has blood that does not flow or it does not have blood, but is still alive by the will of Allah, then if it falls into the container and dies without changing the water or the liquid in the container, a small amount of liquid, then it's excused. كالذباب والقمل وبنات وردان was, I don't know if that's Z's or Z's. I don't know. وغير ذلك, like the fly and the lice and the roach and other things. And like what? Also like what is that? A gecko? What's that one? I think some of you Florida people have. Walks on the walls.
Yeah, lizard.
Yeah, it's a lizard. If you cut it, though, it doesn't bleed. That's included. Subhanallah. That's amazing. So, إذا وقع في الإناء الذي فيه ماء, if it fell into the container that has liquid, ماء, liquid. But for sure, are we talking about here, first of all, a lot of water? If you are firm in your knowledge here, you know we're not talking about a lot of water. Because a lot of water is not going to become filthy unless it changes anyway. So we're not talking about that. So we are talking about a little bit of water. And we're also talking about something else here. Not just a little bit of water, also any amount of another liquid. A little bit of water or any amount of another liquid. So, what if you had, in other words, any amount of another liquid is like a little bit of water. There's a rule for you. Any amount of another liquid is like a little bit of water, not a lot of water. So if you had a vat full of olive oil or some other oil, a lot of it, and then a fly falls in there and dies, this will not contaminate your oil or a roach. Or you had some oil on in the pan, on the stove. You cook some food and you left the oil in the pan, and maybe you're going to use that oil another time. And then you came back and found a nasty roach in there. وَالْعِيَاذُ بِاللَّهِ تَعَالَى. You going to throw all that oil away? Or are you just going to take the roach out and keep the oil? You can just take the roach out and keep the oil. It's not contaminated. You can deem that it's not contaminated. And if you want to, maybe yourself would like you to throw out that one because there was a roach in there. So what you might do, say, no, I'm going to observe the religious rule here that this is not najasa, and religiously there is no harm in consuming this. And I believe in this religion. I'm going to do that just on the strength of my faith. I'm still going to use this oil here. You can do like that. So it says here, ma'ir. إذا وقع في الإناء الذي فيه ماء. If it fell into the container that has the fluid, he didn't say water. So if it's fluid here means any amount of fluid. If it's water means a small amount of water. Because if it's a large amount of water, it doesn't matter anyway, unless it changes, of course. وَمَاتَ فِيهِ, and then it died in that fluid. فَإِنَّهُ لَا يُنَجِّسُهُ, it will not contaminate the fluid. وَذَلِكَ لِخَبَرِ الْبُخَارِي, that is due to the report of Al-Bukhari. إِذَا وَقَعَ الذُّبَابُ فِي شَرَابِ أَحَدِكُمْ فَلْيَغْمِسْهُ كُلَّهُ ثُمَّ لْيَنْزِعْهُ. There's kasra on this lamp. As far as I know, should be sukun on this lamp. I don't know that that's correct to have kasra there. ثُمَّ لْيَنْزِعْهُ, then let him take it out. فَإِنَّ فِي أَحَدِ جَنَاحَيْهِ دَاءٌ وَفِي الْآخَرِ شِفَاءٌ. For indeed, in one of its wings there is sickness, but in its other wing there is cure. This means that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa ala alihi wasallam is saying, if a fly falls into your drink, then you don't know which one of his wings hit your drink. Did his wing with the sickness hit your drink, or his wing with the cure hit your drink? So what you do is dip the whole thing in, actually, to make sure that the wing with the cure hits the drink. and then take him out. And then the meaning is, then finish your drink. Don't throw it away. So if that happens to you, do it. Do what the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Don't pour that out. Yani, you could pour it out, but I'm telling you why, as Yani, a test of your faith. That's how Allah will test your faith for you. You're going to come back, find a fly in your cup. You're going to remember the hadith, and then what you're going to do? You're going to be the one to pour the cup out while you know the hadith, what the Prophet told you to do. Then you're going to say to yourself, what does that say about me? So do it. Yeah, it requires a lot of nafs challenging. It happened to me, and I broke my nafs there. MashaAllah.
What do you mean, Sheikh? Like you did it?
Yeah, there was a fly in my cup. So I'm like, oh man. So I dipped it in, took it out, and I finished the cup. Maybe I swallowed the whole thing fast, because I really didn't personally want to drink it. But I didn't want to not drink it. I don't imagine myself that I sat there and just enjoyed it normally, slowly after that. MashaAllah. Okay. So, this is the hadith. If the fly fell into the drink of one of you, then let him dip it entirely and then pull it out. For indeed, in one of its wings is a sickness, and in the other is a cure. Is a cure. So, how's that proof that the fly is the dead fly is not najasa? I'm sorry, is not contaminating the drink. How's that proof that the dead fly is not contaminating the drink? Because the hadith doesn't say the dead fly is not going to contaminate your drink. So then for us to say that means we are inferring that from something. How did we infer that from this hadith? He tells us. Does he tell us? Doesn't tell us here. But the answer is because dipping the fly into the drink could lead to killing it, especially if it's hot. And what the Prophet told us to do here, it applies to whether the drink was hot or cold. Dipping the fly into the drink could lead to killing it, especially if it's hot. So if that would contaminate the drink, the Prophet ﷺ would not command to dip it in there. Because then it's going to mean you're going to contaminate or potentially contaminate your drink. And then you're going to have to throw it away. So therefore, this will not contaminate your drink. So therefore, this is not a contaminating filth. Is it filth though? According to the Shafi'is, it is filth, but it's excused. Is it filth by consensus? We're going to see here, some of them said it's not even a najasa. Those things, when they die, they don't have flowing blood. They're not even najasa. So that's another saying. Okay. Let me get to the end of this paragraph. We'll take a quick break, inshallah. وَقِيسَ بِالذُّبَابِ مَا فِي مَعْنَاهِ. And compared to the fly is what has its meaning. Qisa. Compared, that means the qiyas. Compared to the fly is what has its meaning. So now you understand what he's saying here. Why are you saying compared to the fly? Because the fly is the one that has an evidence from the hadith. Is there a hadith that mentions the roach and a hadith that mentions the lice and a hadith that mentions the ant, etc.? No. Not that I know. So, if there were, they wouldn't say by the comparison. They would have said by the hadith. So, there's something that has mentioning in the hadith, and then there's other things like what's in the hadith, not mentioned in the hadith though. So their proof is going to be the qiyas, the comparison to what is in the hadith. So compared to the fly is everything that has its meaning. يعني everything like it. من كل ميتة لا يسيل دمها. Every dead thing that its blood does not flow. That's if it has blood. والشرط ألا يطرحه طارح. And the condition for this not to contaminate the liquid is that no one throws that dead creature into the liquid. Because this is Shafi'i school, we're deeming that dead creature najasa. Yani, it's not absolutely an excused najasa. It's not absolutely excused najasa. It's excused najasa if it fell into there by itself and died. Or, yani, or you threw it in while it's alive, but then it died, then it's still excused. If you threw it in while it's alive. And then it died in the water, it's excused. Because when you threw it in while it's alive, it's not najasa. So it didn't contaminate the water. Then when it dies after that, it still won't contaminate the water. But if you threw it in while it's dead, then it means you actively threw the najasa into the water. So now it's not excused your water is contaminated, even if it does not change. Question?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Would you mind please explaining the last bit one more time where it said compared to the fly that you would compare anything else to the fly?
Yes.
Um,
No, I don't mind.
Thank you.
So what are we saying here? Oh, this talk here goes back to the evidence. So what are we learning here? We are learning the rules, and we're also learning the proofs for the rules. That's different from the rules. The proofs, too.
Yes,
Okay. What are the proofs? The proofs are the
the hadith.
Quran, the
Yeah,
Hadith, the consensus,
and
and
legal
the
comparison.
qiyas, and the legal comparison. 4 things.
Yes,
So he told us there's a rule. So the rule is anything without flowing blood, if it falls into the container and dies in there, then it does not contaminate the fluid in that container. Okay, that's a rule.
yes.
What's the evidence for this rule? There's a hadith.
Mhm.
That hadith is what means when the fly falls into the drink of one of you, then dip it in entirely and then take it out. For indeed, in one of its wings is a sickness, and in the other is a cure. So the Shafi'is are saying this is evidence that it's not going to contaminate your drink. That's a hadith. Okay, we saw what's the point of the evidence, because the hadith doesn't say it's excused najasa. It doesn't say that. So we are inferring that. So I told you how they inferred that from the hadith. So this hadith is
Yes.
the proof. Then, now here's the next question. What about something else? What if it were an ant? What if it were a roach? That's not mentioned in the hadith. So the qualified scholar is going to say, same rule. And then if someone says to him, what's your proof? Do you have an ayah or a hadith? Or a consensus? So he could say no. What's his proof going to be?
Legal comparison.
Legal comparison. The qiyas, which is, how does the qiyas work? The qiyas is by taking something that has a proof, like it has an ayah or it has a hadith. In this case, it's the fly. And then whatever has the same meaning as that, we're going to give it the same rule. So, given the same rule as the fly, is everything like the fly? Why are we choosing the fly as the basis? Because that's what's in the hadith.
Yes.
And what does it mean to be like the fly? It means to be a creature that does not have flowing blood upon dismembering its organ. That's clear?
Yes, I think it was the last sentence that I had missed. Thank you very much. Barakallahu feekum.
Ameen wa fikum. And it's a condition that no one throws it in, meaning throws it in dead. That no one throws it in dead. وَأَلَّا يُغَيِّرَ الْمَاء. And it's a condition that it does not change the water. What if there were 2, 3, 4, 5 flies in there? Still going to be excused as long as they don't start to change the water in color or smell or flavor. Then it's going to be for sure contaminated. لِمَشَقَّةِ الْإِحْتِرَازِ عَنْهُ. This is excused because it's difficult to avoid. That's a rule. The rule is excusing najasa is due to the difficulty of avoiding it. And also confirming that it's najasa in the first place. If we're going to say something is excused najasa, we got to confirm that it's najasa in the first place. So it's najasa. And then, if it's going to be an excused najasa, it's going to be because it's difficult to avoid. And then you might say, is it difficult to avoid that? So it is. That's why you're going to come back one day, you're going to find a fly in your drink. Or you're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to find maybe a roach or a gnat in your cooking oil that you left there. And depending on where you live, you might have to sit there with your hand over the cup. Or you're going to for sure get a fly in there. فكل ميتة ليس لها دم سائل إن وقعت في الإناء الذي فيه ماء قليل. And so every dead creature, every carcass, I'm going to call it a carcass, every carcass that does not have flowing blood, if it fell into a container that has a little bit of water, وماتت فيه, and died therein, يجوز استعماله إن أمن ضرره. It is still permissible to use the liquid in this container as long as it is harmless. وذهب الأئمة أبو حنيفة ومالك وأحمد إلى أن الميتة التي لا نفس لها سائلة طاهرة. And the Imams Abu Hanifa and Malik and Ahmed have gone to the position that the carcass that does not have flowing blood is pure. And know that when we say a carcass that does not have flowing blood, we don't mean that it has been drained of its blood. Not drained of its blood. Rather, either it just doesn't have flowing blood, like its blood is like a jello, is like a gelatinous, its blood is gelatinous, for example, doesn't flow, or it doesn't have blood. Okay. So according to the 3 Imams out of the 4, it's not even najasa. So that makes things easier for you sometimes. The explainer says, may Allah have mercy upon him, ثم إن أبا شجاع رحمه الله بالغ في الاختصار في هذا الموضع. Furthermore, indeed, Abu Shuja, may Allah have mercy upon him, exaggerated in summarizing in this spot. فإن كلامه يوهم أنه لا يعفى إلا عن هذا القدر من النجاسات. Certainly, his talk gives the impression that there is no excuse but from this amount of filth. وليس كذلك, and that's not the case. فلو قال ونحو ذلك كان أفضل. Had Abu Shuja said, and the likes of that, it would have been better. Had he said, no najis filth is exempted except some scarce blood and pus, and that which does not have flowing blood, if it fell into the container and died in it, and the likes of that, for example, then that would have been better, because then it makes it broader. And this is a great example of why you don't take the knowledge merely from the books. This talk needs elaboration, clarification. Bismillah. فطين الشارع المتنجس وماؤه المتنجس يعفى عنه إن تيقن نجاسته أو إن تيقن نجاسته. Therefore, the clay or the mud of the street, the filthy clay, the filthy mud of the street, and the filthy water of the street is pardoned when it is definitively filthy. That's important there. When it is definitively filthy. So we're not saying maybe it's filthy, maybe it's not, we're not sure, so let's just say it's excused if it is. That's how someone might think it means. Let's say it's excused if it is filthy. No, we're not saying that. We're saying it's for sure filthy. Now we're going to say it's excused because of the difficulty of avoiding it. إِلَّا فِي وَإِلَّا فَهُمَا طَاهِرَانِ. Or else, if we are not definitive that the mud and the water on the ground are contaminated, then they are pure. We will judge them as pure. And that's how you do for anything. You don't judge anything as filthy for no reason. The seat on the bus, or the train, or the pole to hold on to, a door handle, even in the bathroom, even yani, the toilet flusher in the public bathroom. You're not going to deem it as najasa without evidence. You're going to deem it as pure, and you're not going to be paranoid about it also. Just stick to the religious rules and you'll be safe. Don't say what if, just say the rule is this, that's it. وإنما يعفى عنه وإنما يعفى عما يشق الاحتراز عنه. Merely, there is pardoning from what is difficult to avoid. وأما ما ينسب صاحبه إلى تقصير فيه فلا يعفى عنه. But when it comes to something that a person is deemed as negligent concerning it, then he's not pardoned. Like we said, if you threw that dead carcass, fly, for example, into a small amount of water, you will contaminate all the water. In this case, it's like you are negligent here, so it's not going to be pardoned. Pardoning the najasa is linked to difficulty of avoidance. وكذلك الجراد حين يكون في الهواء إذا زرق على الناس يعفى عنه. Likewise, if the locusts were swarming, and while swarming, defecating upon the people, this is pardoned. Subhanallah. Because you can't avoid it. وكذلك يستثنى ما وقع من النجاسة التي لا يدركها الطرف. And likewise, excused is the najasa that is too microscopic to be seen by the naked eye. كرشاش bowl, like a microscopic drop of urine. أو خمر في الماء, or a microscopic drop of wine that fell into في الماء القليل, a little bit of water. فإن ذلك الماء لا يتنجس. That water will not be contaminated with filth. ويعفى عن كثير سوى ما ذكر. And a lot is also pardoned except what was mentioned. كزرق الطيور, like bird droppings. Yani, even if those bird droppings filled the whole ground. You may have seen some spots where yani, you have to walk through the bird droppings. You have no way unless you want to take a whole nother way. Then it's going to be excused. فقد ألف بعض الفقهاء نظما في المعفوات. Some scholars, some jurists have authored a poem about the excused filth. وهو ابن العماد الشافعي. That's Ibn Imad al-Imad, Ibn al-Imad, the Shafi'i. وشرحه شهاب الدين الرملي الشافعي. And Shihab al-Din al-Ramli explained that poem. تنبيه, notice. العرق والدمع واللعاب والمخاط طاهر من الحيوان الطاهر. Sweat, tears, and saliva and mucus are pure from a pure animal. So that means everything other than a dog or a pig. وَنَجِسٌ مِنَ النَّجِسِ. That's a dog or a pig. It's going to be filthy from something filthy. وقد أجمع العلماء على أن عرق الحائض وريقها طاهران. And the scholars have a consensus that a menstruating woman's sweat and her saliva are pure. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. والحيوان كله طاهر إلا الكلب والخنزير وما تولد منهما أو من أحدهما. All living things are pure, except the dog and the pig and any hybrid from them. الشرح, the explanation. استدل الشافعي رحمه الله تعالى على نجاسة الكلب ولو كان معلما بحديث طهور إناء أحدكم إذا ولغ فيه الكلب أن يغسله 7 مرات إحداهن بالتراب. The explanation is that Ash-Shafi'i inferred, meaning proved, deduced, may Allah have mercy on him, the filthiness of the dog, even a hunting dog. وَلَوْ كَانَ مُعَلَّمًا. Mu'allam, a taught dog. Taught dog, we learned that it means a hunting dog in particular. The taught dog. Mu'allam, trained dog. Even if it were a hunting dog, still najasa. Ash-Shafi'i inferred that from the hadith, the purification, purifying the container of one of you, purifying one of your containers when a dog licks in it, is by washing it 7 times, one of them with soil. Rawahu Muslim. Muslim narrated that. So, does the hadith say the dog is filthy? No, it does not. So how can a Shafi'i say the dog is filthy? He inferred it. Where's the evidence? So, Yani, I hope you see what I'm doing here. Don't you know how you talk to a Wahhabi, and Wahhabi will say, give me an ayah that says Allah exists without a place. Only, if you can't tell me according to those words, then shut your mouth. So we say to him, doesn't go like that all the time. You don't just choose a thing and say, tell me an ayah that have these words exactly 100% or else you are wrong. Or give me a hadith that only has these very verbatim words or else you are wrong. This is an ignorant person or just a devious person who knows better and he's trying it on you because he's really crooked. Many of the matters are not like that. So learn the rule. See how the scholars worded the rule. Then learn the proof for the rule and then say to yourself, does this hadith say like this? Put the rule there. If not, then you ask yourself, how did they infer this rule from the words of this hadith? Then you learn their reasoning, how they extracted the rule out of the ayah or the hadith. That doesn't say the rule verbatim the way the scholars are saying it. So we are saying, as a rule, the dog is filthy. Do we have a hadith that says the dog is filthy? We don't. Rather, we have a hadith that says the purification of one of your containers when the dog laps from it is to wash it 7 times, once with soil. So then you say, okay, I can see that, but ask yourself a question. And the question that the scholars would ask is, Aina shahid, where is the reference? What exactly is the proof here? Where's the reference? Aina shahid. So the answer is that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, tuhur, the purification. The purification is going to be for one of two things. What are those? Either hadath, that's the religious impurity, or najas, that's physical filth. There's no third reason for purification, either from hadath, religious impurity, or najas, physical impurity. So when the Prophet ﷺ said the purification of one of your containers is such and such, then either it means there's a hadath, a religious impurity, or a najas, or a physical impurity. And we're not going to say that a container has a hadath, a religious impurity. So all that's left is that it's a najas, physical impurity. Therefore, we infer from this that the dog is filthy. Then what did he say? Rahimahullah. And this hadith is narrated by Muslim. Rawahu Muslim. He says, وَالْفَمُ أَطْهَرُ جُزْءٍ فِي جِسْمِهِ. The mouth, the dog's mouth, is the purest part of its body. He's saying, purest part of his body is the mouth, and the Prophet ﷺ is telling you, if you put his mouth in your container, wash it 7 times. So if the purest part of his mouth dictates washing the object 7 times and mix it with soil too, then what about the rest of his body? فَيُفْهَمُ أَنَّ الْكَلْبَ كُلَّهُ نَجِسٌ. It is understood. فَيُفْهَمُ. It is understood then that all of the dog is filthy. That's Shafi'i school. Okay. So there's very important words in here that I want to draw your attention to, because I hope for you to have an enhanced comprehension of fiqh, not just basic comprehension of fiqh like you learn summary of obligatory knowledge for the first time. Rather, the clock wheels of the fiqh should start turning in your mind. And maybe you see yourself as a small fry who won't go far into knowledge. You just like to listen to the knowledge. But no, believe in yourself. Maybe Allah will grant you great knowledge, inshallah, even if you're already old. There's very important words in here. Subtle words for the one who does not know that they are pivotal words. Like, I already drew your attention to the word qisa. It was compared to such and such. There's a lot behind that word compared to. Also, fayufhamu. It is therefore understood that all of the dog is filthy. What does that mean? Yufham. Very important. You have two things. You have, when it comes to words, sentences, you have something called mantuq, pronounced, and something called mafhum, understood. Understood. What's understood is different from what's pronounced.
Is it essentially like explicit and implicit? Or is it more than...
Yeah, understood. It means there's a hint in there. There's something implied in there. Understood means not worded verbatim. Yani, what's worded verbatim? What's the mantuq? What's pronounced in the hadith? If the dog puts his mouth, yani his tongue in particular, walagha, with his tongue, bulugh is by the tongue. The dog laps by the tip of his tongue. So even if that's the only thing that got into your container, the tip of his tongue, wash it 7 times. Wash the container 7 times. So that's what's pronounced in the hadith. So what's understood from that, not pronounced, but understood, is that the entire dog is filthy. Whose understanding is that? That's the understanding of the master Imam Ash-Shafi'i. His understanding. And some other mujtahid would dispute with him and say, no, it only proves that the dog's mouth is filthy. Where's the proof that his whole body is filthy? Just proves his mouth is filthy. So that's an argument. But actually, Sheikh, he provided for us more reasoning. وَالْفَمُ أَطْهَرُ جُزْءٍ فِي جِسْمِهِ. Okay, it does prove his mouth is filthy, but the Sheikh says his mouth is the cleanest part of his body. So if his mouth is filthy, then all of him is filthy. That's Shafi'i way. The kuffar say the dog's mouth is cleaner than a human's mouth. That's not true. But I didn't know that the dog's mouth was the cleanest part of his body before I learned this. Because I don't take from the kuffar. Okay. وَقِيسَ الْخِنْزِيرُ عَلَى الْكَلْبِ. And the pig was compared to the dog. So now you know what this talk means. It means the dog is the one that had the evidence in the hadith. How did the pig get involved here? The qualified scholars compared the pig to the dog. لأنه أخبث, because it's worse. وأسوأ حالا منه, it has a worse case than the dog. Why is worse case than the dog? Because it's not permissible to keep a pig at all. It's not at all permissible to keep a pig, while there is provision for keeping a dog. Though, if you have a useless dog, that is very, very disliked. Don't be attached to a useless dog. It will make your reward decrease exponentially daily. Exponentially daily. I'm talking about massive, massive amount of reward lost daily. Meaning your deeds themselves are just less rewardable because you house a useless dog. But at least not a sin. The pig, you cannot keep a pig at all, and it's recommended to kill a pig even if it's harmless. Whereas not recommended to kill a dog when it is useful. Yeah, a pig can't be useful. A pig is not useful. So if this is the rule for the dog, then this is the rule for the pig. That's what those qualified ones said. That's not a consensus. وفرع الكلب والخنزير أي ما تولد منهما أو من أحدهما مع غيرهما من الحيوانات الطاهرة نجس. And a hybrid that comes from a dog or a pig is filthy. Yani, what the Arabic is saying that I'm condensing into the word hybrid is whether that hybrid came from a dog with a pig or a dog with something else or a pig with something else. Whether the dog were the male or the female, whether the pig were the male or the female. This hybrid will be najasa taghliban lin najasa by giving dominance to his filthy source, his filthy parent. لأن الفرع يتبع أخص الأصلين نجاسة, because if something comes from a filthy source and a non-filthy source, then it will be given the judgment of the filthier of its origins. فالحيوان الذي يتولد من طاهر ونجس يتبع أصله الذي هو نجس. And therefore, a living creature born from something pure and something najis, a living creature which is a hybrid of something pure and something filthy, follows its source that's filthy. وَلَا يَتْبَعُ أَصْلَهُ الَّذِي هُوَ طَاهِرٌ, it does not follow its source that's pure. وَذَهَبَ مَالِكٌ رَحِمَهُ اللَّهُ إِلَىٰ عَدَمِ نَجَاسَةِ الْكَلْبِ. And Malik, may Allah have mercy upon him, went to the position that the dog is not filthy. So how does he explain having to wash it 7 times? If it's not filthy. His answer is because the Prophet said so, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Not because it's filthy. Just because the Prophet says so doesn't mean it's filthy. See how those scholars are? What I find interesting, though, is the scholars under these mujtahids. You would notice how some of them gravitate one way or another. And a lot of scholars gravitate to the Shafi'i way. And most of the hadith scholars are Shafi'is. A lot of scholars gravitate towards the ways of the different madhabs, but a lot of the really big, massive, elite ones, they are Shafi'is. Very, very special ones, they're Shafi'is. But there are also Malikis and Hanbalis and Hanafis that are like that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وَالْمَيْتَةُ كُلُّهَا نَجِسَةٌ إِلَّا السَّمَكَ وَالْجَرَادَ وَالْآدَمِينَ. All dead creatures are filthy. Yani all carcasses, every carcass is filthy, except the fish, the locust, and the human. الشرح, the explanation. So where are we here? The explanation, الميتة هي التي تموت من غير ذكاة شرعية. The carcass, quote unquote, in our lessons here, we're going to use it in a technical sense. It is that which died without a religiously recognized killing. وهي غالبا بقطع مجري النفس والطعام. That religiously recognized slaughter usually takes place by cutting the windpipe and the food pipe. بما له حد, with something sharp. فإن مات الحيوان بلا ذبح أو بكيفية ذبح لا تحل الذبيحة أو بذبح من لا تحل ذبيحته كالمجوسي والوثني والملحد والمرتد على ما شرحه الفقهاء في كتاب الذبائح فكلها نجسة بالاتفاق. So, if a living creature, I'm not going to say animal here because this includes human, so I'm deliberately saying living creature, not human. If a living creature died without a slaughter, or by a slaughter that was in such a way that does not render the slaughtered thing lawful, or by a slaughter conducted by someone whose slaughter is unlawful, like a Majusi, or an idol worshiper, or an atheist, or an apostate, according to how the jurists have explained in the book of slaughters, sacrifices. فَكُلُّهَا نَجِسَةٌ, all of that is filthy, بِالْاتِّفَاق, by agreement. So, what's that najis by agreement? He says something died without a slaughter, najis. Or its slaughter has an illegal mode, najis. Or it was slaughtered by someone whose slaughter is invalid, najis by consensus. لِقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى, as proven by what God said, exalted is He, حُرِّمَتْ عَلَيْكُمُ الْمَيْتَةِ, forbidden for you is the carcass. Look at that. So now this is, inshallah, way clearer for you. I mean, the method of the scholars. The rule's clear for you. If it wasn't slaughtered properly, it's najis. I'm talking about the method of the scholars in extracting these rules. We are saying right now, if that dead creature were not killed by a religiously legal way, then it's najis. And we are saying the proof for that is that Allah said, حُرِّمَتْ عَلَيْكُمُ الْمَيْتَةِ, which means the carcass is forbidden for you. So here, imagine some Wahhabi say, what? Tell me an ayah in the Quran. For example, there's Wahhabi, he loves to eat the haram meat. He wants to eat McDonald's hamburgers, everything. Tell you, no, it's okay, you can eat that. Just say Bismillah. Tell him that. This is najis. He says, what's your proof? So you told him the ayah. حُرِّمَتْ عَلَيْكُمُ الْمَيْتَةِ, forbidden for you is the carcass. Then he says, what? Give me an ayah that says that McDonald's hamburger is najasa. That's how a Wahhabi thinks. Tell him, don't be so small-minded. Proof is in the ayah that I gave you. How is the proof there? Because this ayah is saying the carcass is forbidden for you. So you might say, how does that prove that this meat is najasa? You say to him, because it's forbidden for you to eat it. So they say, what? That doesn't mean it's najasa. You say, yeah, it does. Yani, it does mean it's najasa. Because that's why it's forbidden for you to eat it. Why do you think it's forbidden for you to eat it? I'll ask you. Why do you think it's forbidden for you to eat it? What is he going to say? Is he going to say, well, because it's not slaughtered properly? I'm going to say, all right, why are you trying to eat a McDonald's hamburger? It's not slaughtered properly. So it's not just only because it's not slaughtered properly. It's haram to eat it because it's najasa. Okay, so this is clear for you here. Al-ayah, etc. till the end of that ayah. فعظامها وشعرها وصوفها ووبرها وكل أجزائها نجسة. And so, its bones, its hair, its wool, its fur, and every part of it is filthy. إلا ميتة السمك والجراد, except the dead fish, the carcass of a fish and the carcass of a locust. بالإجماع, by consensus. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, أحل لنا ميتتان ودمان, legalized for us have been two bloods and two carcasses. Yani, two carcasses and two bloods have been legalized for us. السمك والجراد, the fish and the locust. والكبد والطحال, and the liver and the spleen. رواه أحمد والبيهقي, Ahmed and al-Bayhaqi narrated that. ولقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم في البحر, and that's also proven by the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam about the sea. هو الطهور ماؤه الحل ميتته. It's purifying is its water, and legal is its carcass. That's about the sea, the ocean water. Purifying is its water, and legal is its carcass. رواه أصحاب السنن الأربعة. That's narrated by the four authors of the Sunan.
May I ask a quick question, please?
Yes.
So here we said the Prophet said, alayhi salatu wasalam, legalized for us are two bloods and two carcasses, the fish and the locust, and the liver and the spleen. And did we say that this was narrated by Al-Bayhaqi and Al-Bukhari?
And Ahmed.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Ahmed. And could you continue, would you mind explaining again, please, what you said about the sea and why that was related?
Yes.
Thank you.
Then there's another hadith. So we have two hadiths here that prove that the
For the
fish,
fish.
the dead
Yeah.
fish, is not filthy. So the hadith you just now cited for me, and then there's another one.
Yeah.
هو الطهور ماؤه الحل ميتته. Purifying is its water, and legal is its carcass. Then that means it's not filthy. That's clear?
Just to confirm, purifying is its water and legalized is its carcass?
Yeah, or legal. Legal is its carcass.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure I got it right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And that's narrated by the four with a capital F. And others. وغيرهم. وأراد أبو شجاع رحمه الله بالسمك كل حيوان بحري. And what Abu Shuja meant by fish is every sea creature, every aquatic creature. Aquatic, I mean, though, not semi-aquatic, not amphibious, not talking amphibians here. Just the sea creatures. I'm saying sea, but you know, there's a difference between the sea and the river. Some of them live in the river, some of them live in the sea. All of that's the same thing here. Water creatures that don't come out of the water and survive. Even the whale, by the way, Yani, comes up to take a breath, but if it comes out of the water, it's going to die. So this one's just like a fish. It's going to die eventually. Even a big fish is going to die eventually. It doesn't die right away. على أي لون كان. So what Abu Shuja meant by fish is every sea creature, regardless of its color. إلا أن بعضهم يستثني من حيوان البحر أشياء. However, some exclude some sea creatures. Here's a footnote. I don't remember this name here, but some of them said لا يؤكل من حيوان الماء إلا السمك. Some scholars said, and this is the Hanafi school, so I don't know if this one is a Hanafi per se, but this rule is the Hanafi school. None of the water creatures, none of the water animals are edible but fish. Yeah, so according to the Hanafis, not all the sea creatures. So for the Hanafis, for example, you don't eat the shrimp, which they pretty much look like yani, insects, so don't they? Yeah, they do. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. And other things. So I don't know how far, what do the Hanafis say there? So, like the octopus, for example. They saying then the octopus not a fish, so you can't eat the octopus. So I don't know the details of their madhab, but they said just the fish. What I learned is that the whale is a fish, by the way. So, you know, the kuffar say the whale is not a fish. They call it in Arabic hoot. The whale hoot. Hoot means fish. Okay. وكذا ميتة الآدمي. And likewise, the human carcass, you cannot eat it. فَإِنَّهَا طَاهِرَةٌ, it is pure. لِقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى, not that you can't eat it, it's not najis. It is pure. لِقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى, as proven by God's word. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ, we swear we have given privilege to the children of Adam. So does the ayah say the human body is not najis? So now you know how to deal with a Wahhabi when he tries that nonsense, when he says to you, give me one ayah that says that you can call on someone for this and that. Get out of here with that. Rather, tell him, why don't you just ask me for my proof instead of trying to tell me how the ayah should be worded?
Would you mind repeating the translation for that ayah again, please?
No, I wouldn't mind. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ, we swear we have indeed given privilege to the children of Adam.
Thank you.
So, now you are so used to this. The ayah doesn't say the human being is not najasa. So how's the proof there? The proof here is that, according to Ash-Shafi'i, he says, what is this privilege? This privilege is something broad, and included in that privilege is not being created from najasa itself. The human is a privileged creature, then he is not created from filth. That's Shafi'i's inference. This ayah is so nice. I always think about this ayah, but now I don't have time to stop and elaborate here. But just really quick, just remember, think about the fact that you, human creature, you are the type of creature that lives in a house. You have clothing. You put spices in your food. You cook your food even. You cooked food, you live in a house, you walk on pavements, you wear clothing, put on jewelry, speak languages. All, Allah Ta'ala has given privilege to the child of Adam. Look at our existence compared to that of the animals. And look at uh, the opportunity we have to go to paradise, to die as Muslims and go to paradise. That's a great privilege. It's not for the animals. So there's a lot of things from this ayah about the privilege of the human. I'm saying privilege because kafir is included in here. So I don't want to say honor. But some people might say honor here because they're not thinking, something didn't cross their mind, I mean to say. أما الآدمي الكافر فمعتقده نجس. As for the human kafir, the kafir Adamite, the human, it is his conviction that is filthy. لا جسده, not his body. وبذلك فسر قول الله تعالى, and this is how the word of Allah Ta'ala has been explained. إنما المشركون نجس, the pagans are merely filth. That's amongst the ayahs that prove it's not haram to commit ghiba against the kafir. There's nothing nice in the Quran about a kafir. Nothing. The lightest thing I know about a kafir in the Quran is that Allah told us, some of them, if you gave him money, he'll give you your money back. I don't know something nobler than that mentioned in the Quran for them. إذ لو كان الميت نجس العين لما أمرنا بغسله. What's the proof also that the human's dead body, the human's carcass is not filthy? The fact that we have to wash it. We already said you can't wash najasa. What's the meaning of washing a piece of feces, for example? It's not going to do anything. It's going to still be najis. And we said the only way to purify something that is inherently najis is to transform it. This is Shafi'i school we're talking here. I don't know what all the other schools say. And transforming najasa has limited cases. So if the human body became filthy by death, then we would not have been commanded to wash it, to wash the dead. Because there is no meaning to washing something filthy. وقال بعض العلماء, and some scholars said, إن ميتة الآدمي إلا الأنبياء والشهداء نجسة. Some scholars have said, indeed, the human carcass, other than a prophet, other than the prophets and the martyrs, is filthy. تطهر بالغسل, but it will be purified by washing it. So that's a saying. And now what we said in Al-Majmu', here's a footnote. I'll just translate. In the schools, in the madhabs of the scholars concerning the filthiness of the Adamite, the human, by death, we have mentioned that what is soundest, according to us, is that the human carcass is not filthy. And that's what Malik says, and Ahmed, and Dawood al-Zahiri, and others. And Abu Hanifa said, it does become filthy. And it was reported about Abu Hanifa that he said the human carcass becomes pure by washing it. And there's also narrations from Malik and Ahmed about the human carcass being filthy according to them. So that's not a matter of consensus. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to go. It's getting late here, but barakallahu feekum. May Allah reward you for everything that you do. May Allah protect you and preserve you. Ameen. Astaudiukum Allah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. ويغسل الإناء من ولوغ الكلب والخنزير 7 مرات إحداهن بالتراب. The container must be washed from the lap of the dog and the pig 7 times, one of which is with soil. Lap here means the licking. الشرح, the explanation. يغسل الإناء من ولوغ الكلب والخنزير وفرع أحدهما وكذا بملاقاة شيء من أجزاء كل منهما 7 مرات. The explanation is that the container is washed from a dog's or a pig's lapping, or a hybrid from one of them. And likewise, anything that encountered any part of their bodies. But that means if there's moisture, najasa transfers through moisture, not if it's dry. 7 times this washing must be bima'in tahur, with purifying water, ya'ummu mahalla najasati, that covers the entire spot of the filth. Ihdahunna mamzujatun biturab tahur, and one of those washes needs to be mixed with purifying soil. Purifying soil for dog and pig filth. It means it's not used soil. Just like tayammum, can't be used soil. So, soil is for 2 cases. Tayammum and dog filth. Dog and pig filth. What's the condition for this soil? It cannot be used. Like water can't be used. Then it's not going to work. It's not purifying anymore. And for sure, it can't be filthy. And when it comes to tayammum, it can't be mixed with anything granular. The soil can't be mixed with anything granular when it comes to tayammum. But when it comes to the dog filth, if there were ashes in the soil or some powder in the soil or something, it's okay. You can still, if it's a little bit, you can still put that soil with some other stuff that's in that soil into the water, and it's still going to work. And if you have any question there, feel free. يمزج يمزج التراب بالماء. The soil would be mixed with the water. حتى يتكدر, until the water becomes murky. بحيث يتغير لونه, to the point that its color changes. أو يوضع التراب ناشفا على محل النجاسة. Or you have another option, to put the soil dry, to put the dry soil on the spot of the filth. بعد زوال عينها, after removing the bulk of the filth. ويصب الماء عليه, and then you pour the water over it. That's valid too. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. ويغسل من سائر النجاسات مرة تأتي عليه والثلاثة أفضل. All other types of filth are washed once by pouring water over it, and thrice is better. Pouring water over it means we're dealing with a little bit of water. الشرح يغسل من باقي النجاسات وهي المتوسطة مرة واحدة. The explanation is that the rest of the filths, which are the medium filths, are washed once. تأتي عليه, by pouring the water upon it, if it's a little bit of water. والتثليث أفضل, and tripling, doing it 3 times, is better. من الاقتصار على الواحدة. Tripling is better than doing it merely once, confining your wash to only one wash. So he says in the text here, all other types of filth, this part, all other types of filth. What's that? That's the medium filth. Maybe there clarifies why the Shaykh started his explanation of Abu Shuja here, in this case, by mentioning the 3 levels, light, medium, and heavy. Then after that, we see how Abu Shuja dispersed those 3. Because you might say, light, medium, and heavy. Let's explain the light one first, then the medium second, then the heavy one third. Or you might say, let's explain the heavy one first, and the medium second, and the light one third. But what did Abu Shuja actually do? He explained the light one first, and then the intense one second. What's the light filth? The filth of the baby, the urine of the baby boy, less than 2 years old, who has yet to consume milk. Who has yet to consume food. That's a light filth. He talked about that first. Then he just finished talking about the dog and pig filth. That's the intense filth. Then he says all other types of filth. So that's the medium filth. That's how he put it out of order. Yeah. By putting the medium filth at the end. So he says all other types of filth are washed once by pouring water over it, and thrice is better. ويشترط أن يكون الماء واردا على النجاسة إذا كان الماء قليلا. And it's a condition that the water will be coming upon the filth if it's a little bit of water. أي دون القلتين, meaning less than an amount of 2 qullets of water. How much 2 qullets of water? About 52 gallons. That's the start of a lot of water. Less than that's going to be a little bit. When you have a little bit of water, you pour the water over the filth. Don't put the filth into the water. Then you're going to contaminate all of the water, even if the water doesn't change. فإذا أردت أن تطهر يدك مثلا من نجاسة أصابتها. So if you wanted to clean your hand, for example, from filth that contacted your hand, فطريق تطهيرها أن تورد الماء عليها. Then the way to purify your hand is to pour the water over it. فإن أوردت يدك على الماء تنجس الماء. If you were to put your hand into the water while it's contaminated with filth, a little bit of water, then you will contaminate all of that water. ولا فرق في الماء الكثير بين كون الماء واردا أو مورودا. And when the water is abundant, then there is no difference between it being a lot or a little. When the water is abundant, then there is no difference between pouring the water over it or putting the filth into it. Like if you had the ocean, that's a lot of water, and you can put the filth into the water. It's harmless in this case. It's not going to contaminate the whole ocean. ما لم يتغير, as long as that big amount of water does not change from the najasa, from the filth. ثم إن النجاسة على قسمين. Furthermore, filth is of two categories. حكمية وعينية. Now we're all the way at the bottom of the section on filth. And here the Shaykh introduces us to another way of categorizing filth, which is that it's undetectable or detectable. He started by telling us filth is light or medium or intense. That's one way. Another way is filth is undetectable or detectable. But if it's undetectable, how are you going to know there's filth there? Because you knew it was there before it was undetectable. Or else you're not going to say it's filthy. So you knew there was filth on a spot. And then some way or another, that trace, there's no trace of the filth left, but you never washed it. So that means you know it's still there. It's undetectable. So there's two types of filth, undetectable and detectable. فالحكمية كبول جف ولم يدرك له صفة. So an example of undetectable filth, or a more literal translation would be judged filth or legal filth. This means the spot has the judgment of being filthy, even though there is no trace of it. We're still going to say it's filthy anyway, because we knew the filth was there. But I'm going to say, for simplicity's sake, undetectable. So an example of undetectable filth is like urine that dried and did not leave any trace. But you never washed it. You never washed the spot where the urine was. So that's an undetectable filth. فيكفي جري الماء عليه مرة واحدة. Now it's enough to pour water over that spot once. Now it's pure. The spot is cleaned. You don't have to scrub. You don't have to use soap or anything else. If there's a spot with undetectable filth, so that means confirmed for you that it's filthy. You're not assuming. Then just pour water over it one time. And I have a question for you. What is a wash? May Allah answer the dua of who answers this question. I'm looking for an answer. I'm looking for a particular answer here. What is a wash? 5, 4.
Putting it under running water.
I'm looking for something else. That's a little bit close, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Because what I'm saying now, what's the difference? When you put something under running water, depending on how long you leave it there, that's going to be equivalent to 2 washes, 3 washes, 5 washes, 10 washes. What if you took a shower for 15 minutes? It's going to be like 50 washes, for example. So what is a wash? Answer: water flowing over something. Yes, I'm still looking for something just a little bit more exact. 5, 4, 3, 2. You said rubbing, not rubbing. 1. The answer is a wave. A wave is a wash. Or, Sister Tanzila, had you said, for example, a flow of water, you said water flowing, but that can mean continually flowing. Had you said, for example, a flow of water, then I could maybe take that. So a wave is a wash. So what does that mean? Right now we're talking about undetectable filth. So if you had undetectable filth on a spot, we just said if you pour water over it one time, you've cleared it. So what does that mean? Means, for example, depending on how big the spot is, let's say it's a small spot, take a cup of water and just make water run over it. That's it. Take a cup of water, spill it on that spot. That's a wave that hit the spot. Now it's pure because it was an undetectable filth. Or what if it were a big spot? Take a bucket of water, throw the water on there, then a wave hit that spot. That's a wash. So that's the meaning of a wash. A wave is a wash. So فيكفي جري الماء عليه مرة واحدة. It's enough to flow water over it, or the flowing of water over it once is enough. So now you know what that means. A single wave. والعينية يجب إزالة صفاتها. As for detectable filth, how do you clean it? It is first an obligation to remove its attributes. To remove its body. Remove the body of the filth. The actual bulk. You see that filth right there? You see that blood spot? You see that mouse dookie? Feces? Sorry. You see like that. That's the actual filth. It's there, it's detectable. So how do you clean it? In the first place, you need to remove the body of it. Then, after that, you need to remove its traces, color, taste, and smell. يجب إزالة صفاتها. It's obligatory to remove its attributes of color, طعم, of flavor, ولون, and color, وريح, and smell. إلا ما عسر زواله من لون أو ريح. Except what is difficult to remove of color or smell. Or, not both, or. What is difficult to remove of color or smell? Meaning, you worked on that filth to remove it. And you scrubbed, for example, you put effort and there's still a stain there. It won't go away. The color won't go away. Now the spot is purified, but the smell did go away. You remove the body and you remove the smell and there's no flavor there, let's say. It's permissible for you to taste it if you don't believe there is filth there. If you're not sure there's filth there, it's permissible to apply your tongue to it. So you remove the body and you remove the smell and you remove the flavor, but there's still a stain there, a color, and it won't go away. Now it's purified. After your effort, though, you have to put effort. Like 3 washes, for example, and like scrubbing, like putting the parts together and rubbing them together. Or you remove the stain, you remove the body of it, you remove the color of it, you remove the flavor of it, but there's still a smell that won't go away. And you washed it, and you washed it, and you washed it, the smell's still there. It's purified. So if the only thing remaining were a color, or the only thing remaining were a smell after effort, then it's pure. فإذا بقي لون النجاسة أو ريحها فقط بعد التثليث في الفرق والغسل لم يؤثر. So, when the only thing that remained is the color of the filth or the smell of the filth only after tripling, doing it 3 times, 3 washes, 3 waves, and associated with scrubbing or rubbing, that's the effort, and washing, then there's no effect. Yani, it's purified now. You just have stain there. Or you have like fumes left there, some smell won't go away. Maybe after some days it might go away. Or after some hours, for example. But it's pure. But notice what we didn't say, if a flavor is left, it's excused. We said, if a color is left, it's excused. If a smell is left, it's excused. What about the flavor? Filth has 3 qualities: color, taste, and smell. What if the taste is still there? Then it's not excused. Like what? Like you could taste it in your mouth, Yani. For example, you ordered a slice of cheese pizza, and then when you bit into it, you could taste the pepperoni and sausage from the pizza cutter. They call that cross-contamination. Now you know there's filth in your mouth because that's not halal. That you got that pizza from a place that does not have halal meat. So they eat the filthy meat. Now you got filth in your mouth. How do you know? Because you can taste it. So you rinse your mouth out. And you can still taste it. That means still there then. So you're not done yet. The remainder of a taste is not excused. فرع, branch. إذا خرج من النائم ماء من بطنه فهو نجس. If fluid comes out of the mouth of a sleeping person, so he's drooling, sleeping person is drooling. If this fluid comes from his stomach, then it's filth, meaning it's like vomit. It's like vomit. If it comes from his stomach. وَيُعْرَفُ بِنُتْنِهِ وَصُفْرَتِهِ. This filthy drool that comes from his stomach, you're going to know it's from his stomach because it has a foul odor and it's yellow. So that's filthy, it's like vomit. وَأَمَّا الَّذِي يَخْرُجُ مِنْ لَهَوَاتِهِ. As for what comes from his, I think that's called ovula, yeah, the little piece of flesh that dangles in the back of your mouth over your throat. What comes from there? في آخر الحلق, at the end of the throat. So it's not from the stomach. وَيُعْرَفُ بِانْقِطَاعِهِ. It's known by the fact that it's not a constant drool. Yani like just drips, for example, then stops. Then maybe drips again, then stops. Not the same thing here. فَلَيْسَ بِنَجِسٍ. This is not filthy. Now this is more like saliva, not like vomit. How nice is that religious knowledge? The person is going to be ignorant about this religious knowledge. He's going to be ignorant. He won't know his own ignorance. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. Even if he's a scientist, he's going to be ignorant. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَإِذَا تَخَلَّلَتِ الْخَمْرَةُ بِنَفْسِهَا طَهُرَتْ. If wine became vinegar by itself, it is purified. وَإِذَا خُلِّلَتْ بِطَرْحِ شَيْءٍ فِيهَا لَمْ تَطْهُرْ. If it became vinegar by something thrown into it, it did not become pure. الشرح, the explanation. الخمر تطهر إذا تخللت. Wine becomes pure if it turns into vinegar. So it means wine is filthy. Wine is filthy, yani the fermented juice. Khamr originally means the juice, the alcoholic drink made from the grapes. That's the khamr, wine, originally in Arabic language. But the jurists call any intoxicating liquid khamr. Once the fermented liquid, once the liquid becomes intoxicating, then it turns filthy. It's like urine now. Subhanallah. Maybe you knew someone who drank wine, then you smell his breath after that. It's horrible. Subhanallah. Al-khamru tathuru idha takhallalat. So the wine is filthy, but when it turns into vinegar, it becomes pure. بأن صارت خلا بنفسها, if it turns into vinegar by itself. وذلك بحدوث الحموضة فيها. That happens when the sourness happens to it. When the sourness happens to this liquid. وهو معنى التخلل. This is the meaning of turning into vinegar. I don't know if there's a better word in English. تخلل. It's some sort of fermentation. So they use the word fermenting. They use the word fermenting for when the juice turns into wine and when the wine turns into vinegar. Both of those in scientific terms are fermentation. So I'm just going to say turns into vinegar. I'm not going to say fermentation here. When it turns into vinegar. The juice turns to wine, maybe I'll say fermenting there, and the wine turns into vinegar, and I'm going to say turns into vinegar. So, if it turns into vinegar, then it's pure. If it turned into vinegar without putting something in it, لأن علة النجاسة والتحريم الإسكار, because the reason for the filthiness of the liquid and the reason for the prohibition of the liquid is the intoxication, the intoxicating power it has. The intoxicating power makes us confirm the judgment of filthiness for the liquid, and it makes us confirm the judgment of prohibition for the liquid. When that intoxicating power vanishes, then the filthiness will vanish, and the prohibition will vanish. So when the wine turns into vinegar, then the prohibition vanishes, and the filthiness vanishes, it becomes pure. أما إن تخللت بطرح شيء فيها كالبصل ونحوه. As for if the wine becomes vinegar by throwing something into the wine, like an onion or the like, ولو قبل التخمر, even if it were thrown into the juice before the juice turned into wine. لم تطهر, then the vinegar at the end is not going to be pure. We're saying, if you had juice, grape juice, it's pure. It's not filthy. When it turns into wine, it's filthy. When the wine turns into vinegar, it's pure again. Okay. If you have juice, it's pure. When it turns into wine, it's filthy. If you put something into that wine to make it turn into vinegar faster, then when it turns into vinegar, it's still going to be filthy because you put something into it. Why? Because the thing that you put into the wine became filthy by the wine. So when the wine turns into vinegar, the vinegar is going to be filthy because of the thing that was filthy by the wine. It's going to contaminate the vinegar. Now, what if when it were juice, when it was juice, so it's pure as juice. Then you put the onion in the juice, still pure. It's not going to be filthy. The onion is pure, the juice is pure. Then With the onion in it, the juice turned into wine. Now the wine is filthy. Now, with the onion still in it, the wine turns into vinegar. The vinegar is filthy because there was something in the wine. لِتَنَجُّسِ الْمَطْرُوحِ فِيهَا. So the vinegar is going to be filthy because the object that was thrown into the wine, it was itself contaminated by the wine. فَيُنَجِّسُهَا بَعْدَ انْقِلَابِهَا خَلًّا. So it will contaminate the vinegar when the wine flips into vinegar. وَكَذَا لَوْ وَقَعَ فِي الْإِنَاءِ حَصَاتٌ أَوْ غَيْرُ ذَلِكَ. Or if a pebble fell into the wine, into the container, or something else, meaning even if you don't put something in there on purpose, even if something fell into the wine, not by anyone doing it on purpose, a leaf fell in there, in the wine, when it turns into vinegar, it's going to be filthy. لم تطهر الخمرة لأنها حين تتحول إلى خل تتنجس بالحصاة. Uh, the wine won't become pure when it turns into vinegar because it will be contaminated by the pebble that fell in. التي تنجست لما كانت في الخمر. Yes. ويطهر أيضا الموضع الذي ارتفعت إليه من الدن أول ما صارت خمرا ثم نزلت. And also, what will become pure? When the wine turns into vinegar without putting anything in the wine. When the wine turns into vinegar and the vinegar becomes pure, what else becomes pure? The container that held the wine. That's going to become pure. And you should know, when the juice turns into wine, it rises. So it's going to rise. So when it rises, it's going to contaminate, the wine is going to contaminate all of the container that it rises up to. As much of the container that it rises up to is all going to be contaminated by the wine. Then, when it turns into vinegar, it goes back down. But when it turns into vinegar, the whole container is going to be pure too. Even the part where the wine rose up to is going to become pure when the wine turns into vinegar without putting something into it. للضرورة, for the necessity. Yani, that goes back to a religious rule. Yani, by necessity, the container has to be pure too, or else we'll never have vinegar. فإن الخل حين يصير خمرا يرتفع في أوله ثم ينزل. For indeed, the vinegar, when it became wine before, it rose at the beginning, and then, because it's bubbling, it's like it's boiling, it's fizzing. That's the fermentation. Then it goes back down. فالموضع الذي أصابته حين ارتفاعها يطهر بتخللها. So, like I already told you, the spot to where the wine rose will become pure, although it went back down. When the wine turns into vinegar, تبعا لطهارة الخمر, out of following the purity of the wine when it transformed. The author says, فصل في الحيض والنفاس والاستحاضة. Section. Abu Shuja himself merely said, fasl, section. That's all he says throughout the whole book. And it's the explainer, our Shaykh, rahimahullah, who elaborates here in the title, في الحيض والنفاس والاستحاضة. Section in, yani concerning or about menses, postpartum or postnatal bleeding, and istihada, yani sickness bleeding, defective bleeding, irregular bleeding. Maybe we'll say irregular bleeding. And in the same section, Abu Shuja will address the things that are forbidden to do without having purity. So both of those are gathered under one section. The explainer says, Al-aslu fil haydi qawluhu ta'ala. The fundamental source concerning menstruation is what God, the Exalted, said. وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْمَحِيضِ. They ask you about menses, O Muhammad, etc., till the end of the ayah. وَخَبَرُ الصَّحِيحَيْن. And also another fundamental source for this is the report of the two authentic books. هَذَا شَيْءٌ كَتَبَهُ اللَّهُ عَلَى بَنَاتِ آدَمَ. This is something that God has ordained for the daughters of Adam. So I think you know the answer to this one now. So when we say, this is something that Allah has ordained for the daughters of Adam, then who's not included in that statement
Men,
other than that?
little girls.
Uh, Those are daughters of Adam. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eve, the wife of Adam, she's not his daughter. Someone answered, Eve. Yes, Hawa. So, did she menstruate? This hadith doesn't prove that Eve used to menstruate because she's not one of the daughters of Adam. So she's not included in the words of this hadith. ومعرفة أحكام الحيض والنفاس والاستحاضة من المهمات. Knowing the rules of menses, postpartum bleeding, and irregular bleeding is amongst the crucial matters. لأنه يترتب على ذلك أحكام كثيرة, because many rules are based on that. في الطهارة والصلاة والصيام والاعتكاف والطلاق والخلع والعدة وغير ذلك. Rules in purification, prayer, fasting, lingering in the masjid, divorce, khula, countdown for remarriage, and other than that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. Said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. ويخرج من الفرج 3 دماء. دم الحيض والنفاس والاستحاضة. 3 types of blood exit from the vagina: the blood of menstruation, that of postpartum bleeding, and defective bleeding, يعني irregular bleeding. فالحيض هو الدم الخارج من فرج المرأة على سبيل الصحة من غير سبب الولادة. Menstruation is the blood that comes from the woman's vagina in a healthy way without being caused by childbirth. وَلَوْنُهُ أَسْوَدُ مُحْتَدِمُ اللَّذَّاعِ. And its color is black. It is painful and it stings. وَالنِّفَاسُ الدَّمُ الْخَارِجُ عَقِبَ الْوِلَادَةِ. Postpartum bleeding is the blood that comes out after childbirth. والاستحاضة هو الدم الخارج في غير أيام الحيض والنفاس. Defective bleeding is the blood that comes out in other than the days of menstruation or postpartum bleeding. So far, this is the most amount of text that the Sheikh has collected all at once before explaining. This is what you see in the likes of the Bughya when he explains the summary of obligatory knowledge. He will take a substantial amount of the text, like 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines, whole paragraph, for example, whole chapter, and put it and then explain. Well, sometimes will put a sentence or 2, sometimes a significant amount of text. And also for his explanation of As-Siratul Mustaqim, Sometimes he takes big sections of the text and doesn't even explain them. He sees them as self-explanatory. So he took this whole piece of text here and then started explaining. الشرح, the explanation. الحيض لغة السيلان. Menses linguistically means flow or flowing as a verb, as a noun, the flowing or the flow. وشرعا, and legally, meaning religiously, it is دم جبلة, natural bleeding. So it's not sickness. يخرج من أقصى رحم المرأة, it exits from the extent of the woman's womb. The extent of the woman's womb means the part of her womb closest to her chest, furthest, further away from the vagina, closer to the chest. في أوقات مخصوصة, coming out at particular times. على سبيل الصحة من غير سبب الولادة, in a healthy manner, not being due to childbirth. In a healthy manner. So if a woman of menstruating age does not menstruate, then this is not a sign of health. Not a sign of health. Menstruating is a sign of health. وقوله على سبيل الصحة أخرج الاستحاضة. So when the explainer here says that it comes out in a healthy way, by that he is excluding the irregular bleeding. وقوله من غير سبب الولادة أخرج النفاس. And by saying not due to childbirth, he is excluding postpartum bleeding. وَلَوْنُ الْحَيْضِ أَسْوَدٌ, the color of menses is black. If you want, blackish. It's blackish. Not pure black. When we say black, doesn't mean pitch black, pure black. It's blood. But this blood is dark, intensely red. It leans towards being black. It's a blackish red. وَهَذَا أَقْوَاهُ, this is the strongest color of menses. ثم الأحمر, then red is the strongest after that. ثم الأشقر, then pink, which is a brilliant red. It's a brilliant red. Something like that. Maybe it's a faded red, al-ashqar, pink. ثم الأصفر, then the yellow, so it's yellowish. ثم الأكدر, then the murky. Maybe you might say brown. Murky means, that's the meaning of this word, akdar though. Murky, which means like the color of soil, like the color of the blood that seeps out of the meat. If you had meat, you go and get your halal meat, then you sat it on the counter, for example, for a while, and then you saw the blood that seeped out of it. This color, that's the weakest color of menses blood. ومعنى أسود محتدم أي يميل إلى السواد. So the meaning of أسود, black, and محتدم is that it leans towards blackness. But محتدم, let me see here. What does Al-Ghazi say for this word muhtadim? Let me see. احتدم الدم اشتدت حمرته حتى اسود. So احتدم يعني احتدم الدم intense. It is aswad, black, muhtadim, intense. It's the red that's intense though, not the black. The redness that's intense so that it seems to be black. أي يميل إلى السواد, meaning it leans towards blackness. أي بين الحمرة والسواد. It is between red and black. فليس أسود صافية. So it's not pure black or pitch black. ومعنى لذاع أي يلذع أي يلذع يلذع الفرج. The meaning of لذاع, it stings, is that it stings the vagina. ويؤذي, and it hurts, يعني it harms, hurts, يعني bothers. ويؤلم المرأة, and it gives the woman pain. والنفاس اسم للدم. Now, nifas, which we translate as postpartum bleeding or postnatal bleeding, it's the name of some blood. Yani, postpartum blood. It's called nifas. أما المرأة فتسمى نفساء. As for the woman who has postpartum bleeding, she's called nufasa. That's a singular. Nufasa. والجمع نفاس. And the plural of nufasa is nifas. So nifas is the name of the blood. That's singular. Nifas. It's the name of the blood. And then also the word nifas is a plural. Plural for nufasa. That's not the name of blood now. That's the plural of the woman who has postpartum bleeding. So you could say, for example, ra'ati nifas, ra'ati nifasun nifas. The women in postpartum bleeding saw their postpartum bleeding. يقال في فعله نفست المرأة. Using the verb in Arabic, to use the verb in Arabic, you'd say nufisat, nufisat المرأة بضم النون وفتحها يعني نفست or نفست وكسر الفاء فيهما والضم أفصح. This means the woman experienced postpartum bleeding. So, yani, Arabic, it carries more than English. It's more versatile and more capable than English. So just these two words, they're going to translate as the woman experienced postpartum bleeding or something like that. But in Arabic, it's one single verb, nufisat or nafisat. And the Shaykh is saying, if you say it with a dam, it's more eloquent than to say, it's better to say, it's more proper to say nufisat than nafisat. وهو الدم الخارج بعد فراغ رحم المرأة من الحمل. That is the blood that exits after the woman's womb, after the emptying of the woman's womb, after the woman's womb is emptied of the pregnancy. ولو سقط, even by miscarriage. وسمي نفاسا لأنه يخرج عقب النفس أي الروح. And this blood was called nifas because it comes out after a nafs, which is a soul. وأما الدم الذي يخرج مع الولد. As for the blood that comes out with the child, فليس بحيض ولا نفاس. It is neither menses nor postpartum. وكذا الدم الخارج حال الطلق. Likewise, the blood that comes out during contractions. It is neither of those two. So that only leaves one kind. which is the istihada. وَالْإِسْتِحَاضَةُ دَمُ عِلَّةٍ. The istihada is the defective blood, is blood of defect, not damu jibillah. It's damu illah, not damu jibillah. It's blood of defect, not blood of nature. يخرج من عرق. It comes from a vein, an open vein. فمه في أول الرحم. The opening of this vein is at the beginning of the womb, which means closer to the vagina. يسمى بالعاذل. This vein is called al-adil. I don't know what it might be called in English. ويخرج في غير أيام الحيض والنفاس. This is the blood that comes out in days that are not days of menses or postpartum bleeding. What does that mean, that they're not days of menses or postpartum bleeding? That means there's rules for us to determine that these are indeed days of menses and that these are indeed days of postpartum. So according to the rules, not according to what we think, whatever are not days of menses or postpartum, and there's vaginal blood, then that's irregular bleeding. And there is a very, very, very important rule. Keep this rule close. It will help you reach answers concerning vaginal bleeding, which is any blood, vaginal blood, that is possibly menses is menses. Any bleeding that's possibly menses is menses. Keep that close. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وأقل الحيض يوم وليلة. The least of menstruation is a day and a night. الشرح وأقل الحيض مقدار يوم وليلة. The explanation is that the minimum of menses is the amount of a day and a night. أي قدر 24 ساعة فلكية, meaning the amount of 24 astronomical hours. Astronomical hours. Yeah, I mean 24 hours like we know. فإذا استمر الدم 24 ساعة فهو حيض. If the blood persisted for 24 hours, then it is menses. Yes. And as you know, even if that breaks up, it's menses. If that breaks up, that means then, in terms of the sheer number of hours, is going to be more than 24 because it's breaking up. We are saying when she has 24 hours of bleeding inside of 15 days, though, then that's menses. Does that have to be 24 consecutive hours? No. So if it's not 24 consecutive hours, that means it's breaking apart. That means there is intermission in between the bleedings. It's coming and going. And if we just count the sheer number of hours, it's more than 24. But if we just count the hours only, this bleeding that broke apart equals 24 hours. Then once we verify 24 hours of bleeding, then we will verify that all of it was menses, even the intermission, which is called naqa, the clean time. That's menses, according to the strong saying. There is a saying that it's not menses. But we're not going to go according to that saying in our lessons here. Unless we say something, unless we mention it. We are going by default, keep the default in mind here, we are going by default according to the saying that the naqa, the clean time, the intermission, the clean intermission between the bleedings It is menses once the bleeding itself equals 24 hours. If you have any question, feel free, please. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأكثره 15 يوما. Its extent, its maximum, that is. أكثر, its maximum. I like maximum instead of better than extent. Its maximum is 15 days. الشرح أكثر الحيض 15 يوما. The explanation is that the majority, not the majority, the maximum of menses is 15 days. سواء كان الدم متصلا أم لم يكن متصلا. Whether the blood were continuously connected or not. Meaning, like I just told you, we're going to go according to the saying that the intermission in between the bleedings is menses as long as the bleedings themselves make 24 hours. Then we're going to know that the pauses in between were part of the menses, so she has been really on menses for more than 24 hours. And once we verify the 24 hours, then we don't count hours anymore, we count days. And likewise, inside of those days, any intermission is going to be counted as menses. So that's why he said whether it connected or it did not connect. فَلَوْ رَأَتِ الْيَوْمَ سَاعَتَيْن. So had she seen today 2 hours, وَغَدًا رَأَتْ سَاعَتَيْن, and then tomorrow 2 hours, وَمَضَتْ 24 سَاعَةً, and then through the days, or through the hours, 24 hours passed, ضمن 15 يوما, inside of 15 days, 24 hours of bleeding passed inside of 15 days, فهذه المدة كلها حيض, then all of this time is menses. فإن زاد على ذلك فليس الكل حيضا. If it goes beyond that, then not all of it is menses. Then the question becomes, when did the menses end? And when did the defective bleeding start? The irregular bleeding, when did it start? If it goes beyond 15 days, this bleeding, so it goes into the 16th day, right then and there. Yeah, you don't have to wait and see 17, 18, 19. Once it goes into the 16th day, then you're going to know that not all of it is menses or was menses. Then you need to determine when did the menses stop and then the irregular bleeding start. It's not going to be just merely by the fact that 15 days is over, it automatically switches over to being defective bleeding. No. So then you're going to have to determine when did the defective bleeding start and when did the menses end. How do you do that? Let me stick to what's here in the book, and we'll see what the Shaykh has for us. And if you have any questions, then you can ask me, inshaAllah ta'ala. فإن زاد على ذلك فليس الكل حيضا. If it went beyond that, then not all of it is menses. ولو استمر شهرا كاملا, even if that bleeding persisted for an entire month. بل له أحكام أخرى, rather, that has other rules. متشعبة, diverse rules. Diverse rules. Rules that branch and diverge. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. So the Shaykh didn't go into more here. So up till here, he wants to keep this explanation to an amount of simplicity. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وغالبه ست أو سبع, its average is 6 or 7 yani days. Take the word days off, like he doesn't have the word days here. The least of menstruation is a day and a night. Its maximum is 15 days. Its average is 6 or 7. That's fine. الشرح أي أكثر النساء حيضهن لا يخرج عن هذين العددين. The explanation is that most of the women, their menses does not go beyond these two numbers. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم لحمنه, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to a female companion named Hamna, فتحيضي ستة أيام أو سبعة في علم الله. It means menstruate for 6 or 7 days in God's knowledge, according to God's knowledge. Menstruate for 6 or 7 days, according to God's knowledge. Rawahu Abu Dawood wa ghayruh. That's narrated by Abu Dawood and others. So, then 6 or 7 days has a reference from the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa ala alihi wasallam. Remember, what is the source of the Menses rules or the vaginal bleeding rules? The vast majority of the source of the vaginal bleeding rules is what? Tell me. 5.
Related to menses?
I mean the source of it. Where these rules came from. Where the details come from.
Hadith?
No. 3.
Quran?
No. 2. 1. The vast majority of the details of vaginal bleeding are empirical evidence, yani research. Research on the part of the mujtahids. There are, as you can see, ayat and ahadiths, and there's also athar, reports from the Sahaba about this, like Aisha or others, other female companions who have some. We have narrated statements from them about menses.
Would you mind repeating again, please? So the vast majority of these rules come from
Research.
Yeah.
Research on the part of the mujtahid.
Thank you.
They tracked the cases of the women and came to their rules. Yani Allah Ta'ala did not reveal to the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, or let me say, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, we don't have from him extensive details reported from him about menses. And there is no harm in that. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he conveyed whatever Allah commanded him to convey. He conveyed all the rules that Allah revealed to him, including the general rules that the scholars will use to elaborate on other things. So the religion is complete. And the scholars have a big hand in the religion. They are vital. ثم باقي الشهر غالب الطهر. Then furthermore, the rest of the month is the average of purity. If the average of menses is 6 or 7, then the rest of the month, which is 23 or 24, is the average of purity. فإذا انقطع دم الحيض في غير وقت انتهائه الغالب عند المرأة تغتسل وتصلي دون أن تنظر إلى عادتها. So, when the menstrual blood stops at an unusual time for the woman, at a time unusual for her, she still bathes, means does a ghusl, and she prays without looking at her personal norm, meaning the religious rules have priority over her personal norm. Her personal norm has no place unless we cannot tell the difference between a physical difference between the different kinds of blood. When we cannot tell a physical difference between the different kinds of blood, then she will look at her norm. Yani, now I can elaborate for you a little bit about when it goes past 15 days. When it goes past 15 days, the menses, the bleeding, sorry. Then once day 16 kicks in, she knows she's not in menstruation, or even, that's not even the best way to say it. To say now she knows she's not menstruating because day 16. No. Rather, it's even better, broader for me to say on day 16, like what the Sheikh said, she will know that not all of it was menses. See how the Sheikh is, rahimahullah ta'ala. What did the Sheikh say here? Look at these words, and yani, if you don't know better, you wouldn't know how deliberate that was. He said, and now I'm not finding it. He said, if it goes beyond 15 days, then she knows that it's not all menses. Someone might see that, okay, it's true. That's, first of all, it's true. We all know these rules, inshallah. If you know them, then you know that's true. On a fundamental, basic level, yani, that's basic rule. Menses is 15 days maximum in the Shafi'i school. So if she's in day 16, then for sure she knows it's not all menses. But when you are a novice in these rules, a beginner, you might be under the impression that the menses comes first and the defective bleeding comes after. And therefore, when her bleeding started, it was menses. Once it went past 15 days, it became, somewhere along the lines, sickness bleeding or defective bleeding. And if you think about it this way, then when the Sheikh said, if it goes past 15 days, then she knows that not all of it is menses, then in your mind, what that means is, if she goes past 15 days, then she knows that now she's not in menses, and that her menses is over and her sickness bleeding started. It's not necessarily the case, because it's possible for sickness bleeding to come before menses. So you have to learn the rules of vaginal bleeding well. In case you find yourself like what's going to happen, bleeding will start. So you are going to go by the rules and say, this is menses. Then, but what might happen that after some days gets stronger. Let's say it started red. See, she says this is menses. Then after some days became black. That means got stronger actually, instead of weaker. So she would still say, okay, this is menses. Then let's say the black went away for a while and then red came back. Or maybe the black even stayed. We can say the black stayed. It turned black and then she went into day 16. Now she's not going to say that the red was the menses and the black was the sickness bleeding. Rather, the red was the sickness bleeding and the black was the menses. So that statement of the Sheikh, it's so unsuspecting and very normal and straightforward and very deliberate and scientific, actually. So, once she goes into day 16, she knows that it's not all menses. That's the best statement to say. Now she needs to figure out, when did the menses start and when did it end? Was the Bismillah, was the sickness bleeding first and then the menses, or was the menses first and then the sickness bleeding? What was it, breaking up, going between the two? Or did it all come out the same way? Which is what I want to get at here. If it all came out the same way, if she found herself in day 16 still bleeding and all the blood came out the same way, now she's going to resort to her personal norm. She would say, how long do I usually menstruate? So and so many days. Let's say 5. 5 days I usually menstruate. Or let's say what the Prophet said. 6 or 7 days I usually menstruate. Yani, we'll say 7. 7 days I usually menstruate, she might say. Yani, in this scenario I'm supposing here. And why did I not consider days 8 through 15 as sickness bleeding automatically? Because I learned the knowledge and I know that my personal norm has no bearing as long as there's a rule for me to take by. And there's a rule for me to take by, which is that the maximum of menses is 15 days. So I must observe those 15 days before I assume that some of this is sickness bleeding, although my personal norm is 7 days. I have to wait until day 15 to see if it's going to go into day 16, and then verify that some of it was sickness bleeding, or is. And I'll add for you right here a detail. But next month, if it happens again, I'll be allowed to consider that it is sickness bleeding immediately. This is the first month this is happening, this irregular bleeding is happening. So I have to wait until day 16 to verify that not all of this is menses. But if this keeps going, then next month I won't have to wait. I will immediately be able to judge that as sickness bleeding.
I'm so sorry. Would you mind explaining why?
Yeah, because sickness bleeding is a lasting ailment. So if she experienced it 1 month and then the next month came and she's still seeing it, then she has warrant to now say it's still sickness bleeding. I still, yani, I am experiencing sickness bleeding. She has warrant now. It's clear for you?
Yes, barakallah.
I mean, Rafiki. Okay. Bismillah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وأقل النفاس لحظة. The least of postpartum bleeding is 1 moment. Yani, is a moment. الشرح أقل دم النفاس لحظة. The explanation is that the least of postpartum bleeding is a moment, a madja, meaning a spit, an amount of spit, an amount of a spit. وهي الدفعة الواحدة. That is, that means a single emergence of blood. Yeah, which means whatever's there, that's the meaning. Any blood that's there after she delivered or after her womb was emptied, then that's postpartum, if it's inside of its days. فالدم الخارج بعد خروج الولد مهما كان قليلا فهو نفاس. Therefore, the blood that exits after the exiting of the baby, regardless of how little it is postpartum. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأكثره 60 يوما, and its maximum is 60 days. Its maximum is 60 days. That's 2 months. So what's the maximum of menses? Half a month, 15 days. The maximum of menses is half a month. The maximum of postpartum is 4 times that much. So 2 months, 60 days. الشرح أكثر النفاس 60 يوما بلياليها. The explanation is that the maximum of postpartum is 60 days with their nights, 60 days and nights. فإن تجاوزه يسمى استحاضة. If it goes beyond that, then it is irregular bleeding. It's called irregular bleeding. So that goes back to the definition we already said. What is irregular bleeding? It is the bleeding that appears in other than the days of menses or postpartum bleeding. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وغالبه 40 يوما. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said its average is 40 days. الشرح غالب النفاس 40 يوما مع لياليها. The explanation is that the average postpartum duration is 40 days with their nights. وَمِنَ النِّسَاءِ مَنْ يَنْقُصُ نِفَاسُهُنَّ عَنْ ذَلِكَ. And some women's postpartum bleeding is less than that. وَمِنْهُنَّ مَنْ يَزِيدُ. And some women's postpartum is more than that, more than 40. وَأَكْثَرُ النِّسَاءِ لَا يَزِدْنَ عَلَى الْأَرْبَعِينَ. Most of the women don't go beyond 40. Lima rawat Salamata. Because of what Salama narrated. Didn't I tell you there's reports from some of the Sahaba like Aisha and others like Salama. Rahimahullah. She's a great scholar. قالت, she said, كانت النفساء على عهد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم تقعد بعد نفاسها 40 يوما. She said, the postpartum bleeding women during the time of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam would sit after their postpartum bleeding for 40 days. What does that mean? They would sit? It means they would have it for 40 days. رواه أبو داود وغيره. Abu Dawood and others narrated it. فإن رأت دم النفاس. And so if she saw postpartum bleeding, ثم انقطع, and then it stopped, ثم رجع بعد ذلك ضمن 15 يوما. But then the blood came back after that inside of 15 days. That's important. We're talking about postpartum here. Then the blood came back after that inside of 15 days. قبل مضي 60. Before 60 days. Before these 60 days pass, تبين أن هذه المدة نفاس. تبين أن هذه المدة نفاس. It became clear that all of this duration was postpartum. Okay, so let's look at these numbers here. The least of postpartum is whatever's there. The max is 60 days. The average is 40 days. So 15 is not here. The least of menses is a day. The max is 15 days. We're going to say now, we're about to say the minimum purity between two menstrual cycles is 15 days. Between two menstrual cycles. So here, postpartum bleeding, we don't see anything about 15 here. There's nothing about 15 here. So, is 15 days relevant to postpartum bleeding at all? Yes. A 15-day period is relevant to the rules of postpartum bleeding. How so? Because although postpartum bleeding is can be religiously 4 times as long as menses, so that's 60 days. If the bleeding stopped for 15 days inside of those 60 days, she had a whole 15-day span of no bleeding inside of the 60 days. And then blood came back. She's still inside the 60 days though. Then when that blood comes back, that new blood is menses. So the rule is a 15-day intermission. Will make the new blood after that be menses. If a postpartum bleeding woman experienced a 15-day intermission, then the new blood that comes back is menses. I think that's clear for you. If you have a question, feel free. فإن كانت صامت فصيامها غير الصحيح. So if she did fast during that intermission, it's not a valid fast. And likewise, any prayers that she did too. Meaning she delivered a baby, then she bled, then it stopped. The rule is she needs to take a ghusl because she doesn't know it's going to come back. Wait. Sorry, I was about to say the wrong thing. Let me read that again. ثم رجع بعد ذلك ضمن 15 يوما. So this, sorry, let me start again. فإن رأت دم النفاس, if she saw postpartum bleeding, ثم انقطع, then it stopped, ثم رجع بعد ذلك ضمن 15 يوما. And then the bleeding came back inside of 15 days. She did not have a complete 15-day intermission. وَقَبْلَ مُضِي 60. And this is also before the expiration of the 60 days. تبين أن هذه المدة نفاس. And it became clear that all of this time was still postpartum bleeding. فإن كانت صامت فصيامها غير الصحيح. So if she fasted during this time that was like 14 days, 13 days with no bleeding, but she's still inside of her 60 days, then that fasting was not valid because it became clear that she's still she's still experiencing her postpartum bleeding. And likewise, any prayers that she did. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وأقل الطهر بين الحيضتين 15 يوما. the minimum purity between 2 menstrual cycles is 15 days. الشرح, the explanation. أقل زمن طهر الفاصل بين الحيضتين 15 يوما. The minimum time of purity that is a barrier, a separator between 2 menstrual cycles is 15 days. لأن الشهر غالبا لا يخلو عن حيض وطهر. Because a month usually, on average, any single month would have purity and menses in it. Any month would have purity and menses in it. فإن قلنا أكثر الحيض 15 يوما. So if we say that that the maximum of menses is 15 days, لازم أن يكون الباقي كله طهرا. Then it is binding that the entire rest of the month would be purity. And then we'll have a month that has menses and purity. ولما قال المؤلف الحيضتين أخرج ما إذا رأت بعد انقطاع النفاس لأكثره دما. And when the author, Abu Shuja, said, 2 menstrual cycles, that the time of purity, minimum time of purity, he said between 2 menstrual cycles. He didn't say the minimal time of purity is 15 days. So don't say that. Yani, especially not if it's something that makes a person misunderstand the rule. The minimal time of purity is 15 days when that's between 2 menstrual cycles. Between 2 menstrual cycles. So when the author said 2 menstrual cycles, because he said that, or by saying that, he excludes أخرج ما إذا رأت بعد انقطاع النفاس لأكثره دما. He excludes her when she saw after the postpartum bleeding expired to the maximum. It went to its maximum and then expired. Then after that she saw blood. فيجوز أن ترى دم الحيض قبل مضي 15 يوما. In this case, she maxed out on her postpartum, 60 days. Now it is possible and valid for her to see new blood before a 15-day purity, and that new blood is going to be menses. قبل مضي 15 يوما من انقطاع دم النفاس وكذلك لو حاضت الحامل. Likewise, had a pregnant woman menstruated, meaning, had we gone by the saying that a pregnant woman can menstruate, which is the strong saying that it's possible, it's unusual though. According to that saying, وَانْقَطَعَ قَبْلَ الْوِلَادَةِ بِقَلِيلٍ, then this menses stopped before the birth by a little. لكن الغالب أن ينقطع. Okay, so let me repeat. Likewise, had a pregnant woman menstruated, and then that menses blood stopped before childbirth by a little. Okay, what? What is he saying? He's saying the time of purity between menses and postpartum can be less than 15 days. That's what he's saying. The time of purity between menses and postpartum bleeding can be less than 15 days. And he is saying here, by the examples he gave, whichever, regardless of which one came first. Did the menses come first and then the postpartum? Or did the postpartum come first and then the menses? Doesn't matter. Since we're not here talking about two menses, then it can be that the purity is less than 15 days. I think that's clear. If you have a question, feel free. لكن الغالب أن ينقطع الحيض عن الحامل. However, the average and the norm is for the pregnant woman not to experience menses. Yani, what's going to happen to her? That pregnancy is going to detain the menses. And then she will have a concentrated menstrual blood. When she delivers, then it will get released. That's the postpartum. So postpartum bleeding is menstrual blood. It's concentrated menstrual blood. وَكَذَلِكَ لَوْ حَاضَتِ الْحَامِلُ. And likewise had... Okay, so I read that already. ومن خلاف الغالب أن يأتيها الحيض. What is unusual is for a pregnant woman to menstruate. Unusual only. Not sick, though. Not unnatural. Unusual without being unnatural. Unnatural means defective. Not defective bleeding. That's the strong saying. Or else you will say it's defective. If you take the saying that a pregnant woman cannot menstruate, then you're going to say any vaginal bleeding she experiences is defective bleeding. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ولا حد لأكثره, and there is no limit to its maximum. الشرح لا حد لأكثر الطهر. The explanation is that there is no limit to the maximum of purity. لجواز ألا تحيض المرأة أصلا. For the possibility that a woman does not even menstruate fundamentally, meaning she never did. There's three types of non-menstruating women. Three types of non-menstruating women. Who can tell us what they are? What are the three types of non-menstruating women? 5, 4, 3.
Menopause is one.
Yes.
Prepubescent women, girls.
Yes.
And
The pregnant woman?
No. We just said
no,
now.
yes, that's
Strong
what
saying
that's
that
what
pregnant
I was
woman
gonna,
can menstruate. Sorry?
right. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but I remembered what you said about pregnant women can menstruate.
Yes. The answer, Yani, I just gave you the answer, really. So.
Oh.
What is it? Right here. The woman who never menstruated in her life.
Oh.
Yes. So those are the three types of non-menstruating women: the prepubescent girl, or non-menstruating females, the prepubescent girl, the menopausal woman, and the woman who she is of menstruating age, but she never menstruated in her life, ever. What's the rule for these ones? You can divorce them anytime. That's called la wala. You can divorce them at any time. Also, the pregnant woman, you can divorce her at any time. Okay. ولا حد لأكثر الطهر لا حد لأكثر الطهر. There is no limit to the maximum of purity. لجواز ألا تحيض المرأة أصلا, due to the possibility that a woman does not menstruate fundamentally. This means she never did in her life. What's a menstruating woman? How do you define menstruating woman? Tell me, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A menstruating woman is a woman who has menstruated at least once in her life and has yet to reach the age of menopause. She has menstruated at least once in her life and has yet to reach the age of menopause. The explainer says, وَيَجُوزُ أَن تَحِيضَ الْمَرْأَةُ مَرَّةً. And it's possible that a woman menstruates only once. ثُمَّ لَا تَرَى الْحَيْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلك. And then she would never again see menses. وَيَكُونُ بِسَبَبِ الْمَرَض. And if this were the case, then it is sickness. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأقل زمن تحيض فيه المرأة 9 سنين. The youngest age at which the female menstruates is 9 years, says female, but he said, it says, his literal expression is mar'a, woman. Yes, I'm going to say what he said. Here, he was deliberate when he said that. Why? Because she's menstruating. So that's why he called her a woman here. Mar'a. By virtue of that, she is menstruating, then he called her mar'a, which means woman. وَأَقَلُّ الزَّمَنٍ تَحِيضُ فِيهِ الْمَرْأَةُ 9 سِنِينَ. The youngest age at which the woman menstruates is 9 years. And here Abu Shuja did not say approximately, which is more exact to say approximately. الشرح أقل سن تحيض فيه المرأة هو 9 سنين قمرية كوامل أو مع نقص خفيف. The explanation is that the minimal age, yani the youngest age at which a woman menstruates is 9 lunar years. So it's going to be about 8.5 years old, solar years. Complete years. That means now she's headed towards her 10th year. She has completed 9 years, means she is now headed towards her 10th year. 9 complete lunar years, or slightly less than that. Very slightly younger than that. Yani, just at the tail end of her 8th year. Just about to go into her 9th year in a few days only. وَبِهِ يَحْصُلُ الْبُلُوغ. And by the menstruation, the puberty occurs. وَالْمُعْتَمَدُ فِي ذَلِكَ عَادَاتُ النِّسَاءِ. And what is relied upon for this determination is the norms of the women. قال الشافعي. الشافعي said, عَجَلُ مَنْ سَمِعْتُ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ يَحِضْنَ نِسَاءُ تِهَامَةٍ. The earliest, ajal, yani, interesting word, ajal, yani, the hurried, the most rushing. So he's saying the earliest, the soonest, as if he's saying The case where I know for women's menses to rush to come to them in their lives, the hastiest menses that I have heard of concerning women is the women of Tihama. يحضن لتسع سنين. They menstruate at 9 years old. فإن رأت قبل ذلك دما لا يعد حيضا. If she saw blood before that, then it is not counted as menses. لكن لو رأت قبل تمام 9 بزمان لا يسع حيضا وطهرا يعتبر حيضا. Here's a sentence that confuses people. It's correct, so don't misunderstand it. He says, however, if she saw blood before she became 9 lunar years, at a time before she becomes 9 that cannot encompass menses and purity, then it is menses. If she saw vaginal bleeding shortly before she became 9, how short? A time that cannot include both menses and purity, then that's menses. So tell me, please, what is the minimum time that includes a menses and a purity? What's the least time that can have both a menses and a purity? 5, 4, 3. 16 days, correct answer. Barakallahu fikum. Alhamdulillah. So, 16 days can cover a menses and a purity. So, if she saw vaginal blood less than 16 days before she turns 9, then that's menses. So I think the rule in itself is clear. Less than 15 days is clear. But why? Maybe that's not clear for you. But if you understand these rules, should be clear. Even if I don't tell you. If you understand these rules, should be clear. Because what we are saying is, she can't menstruate before she's 9, right? Yes. Okay. But she could menstruate shortly before she's 9 as long as that's a time before she's 9 that can't have a whole menses and purity, which is 16 days. Why? Because we're trying to say she can't menstruate before she's 9. To say it has to be less than 16 days before she becomes 9 is doubling down on what we want to say, that she can't menstruate before she's 9. Because if she could see a vaginal bleeding 16 days before she's 9 and it's menses, then it means she can menstruate before she's 9. Because that would mean she would see blood for 24 hours and then it would stop for 15 days and then she would turn 9 and then bleed again, for example. So that means what? That would mean she just menstruated before she was 9. And we are saying she can't. So if she were to see vaginal bleeding before she's 9, it has to be less than 16 days before she turned 9 to be counted as menses. If that's not clear, let me know, please. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وأقل الحمل 6 أشهر. The minimum of pregnancy is 6 months. الشرح, the explanation. أقل زمن الحمل 6 أشهر. The minimum time of pregnancy is 6 months. ويضاف إلى هذه المدة لحظتان. And added to this duration of 6 months are 2 moments. لحظة أول الوقت أي لحظة الوطء، ولحظة آخر الوقت أي لحظة الوضع. What are those 2 moments besides the 6 months confirmed here by Abu Shuja? We're saying 6 months and 2 moments. What are those extra 2 moments? A moment at the beginning of the 6 months, which is the moment of impregnation, and a moment after those 6 months, which is the moment of delivery. ابتداء من إمكان اجتماعهما بعد عقد النكاح. And that starts, we would start that count of 6 months and 2 moments from the time that is possible after the marriage contract. إلى الوضع, until the delivery. فقد أوتي عثمان بن عفان رضي الله عنه بامرأة ولدت ل6 أشهر. Uthman ibn Affan was presented with a woman who gave birth after only 6 months. فشاور القوم في رجمها. And then he took counsel. He took counsel concerning whether she should be stoned or not. Meaning, is this evidence that she was already pregnant before she got married? وقال ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما. And so Ibn Abbas said, may Allah accept his and his father's deeds, أنزل الله تعالى وحمله وفصاله 30 شهرا. وأنزل وفصاله في عامين فأسقط عنها الرجم. Ibn Abbas, he recited 2 ayat that prove that it's valid for a woman to deliver in 6 months. The first ayah is وَحَمْلُهُ وَفِصَالُهُ 30 شهرا. Carrying him, yani being pregnant with him, and nursing him takes 30 months. So 30 months between the 2 of them, between the pregnancy and the nursing. And Allah revealed وَفِصَالُهُ فِي عَامَيْنِ. His nursing takes 2 years. So 30 months is the pregnancy and the nursing. The nursing is 2 years out of 30 months. So what does that leave for the pregnancy? 6 months. فَأَسْقَطَ عَنْهَا الرَّجْمُ. And so he exonerated her from the stoning. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأكثره 4 سنين. Its maximum is 4 years. الشرح, the explanation. أكثر الحمل 4 سنين قمرية. The maximum of pregnancy is 4 lunar years. ودليله الاستقراء. Its evidence is research. كما حكي عن الإمام مالك, like what was cited from Imam Malik, أنه قال, that he said, جارتنا امرأة محمد ibn Ajlan. Our neighbor is the wife of Muhammad ibn Ajlan. Our neighbor, the wife of Muhammad ibn Ajlan, امرأة صدق. She is a truthful woman. وزوجها رجل صدق. يعني she is a woman of truth and her husband is a man of truth. حملت 3 أبطن في 12 سنة. She was pregnant 3 times in 12 years. كل بطن 4 سنين or 4 سنين. Each pregnancy was 4 years. And this was also said about others, and it was said that Ash-Shafi'i said so about himself, that was his case too. So if you're a pregnant sister and maybe you're in a Western country, or might not even be a Western country, but maybe some people, they're influenced by Western traditions. And then you are just 1 week, 2 weeks past 9 months, then they go into a frenzy. Oh no, we have to induce pregnancy. We have to induce labor. Do they have to induce? You don't have to. You don't have to do that. You can say to the doctor, no, it's fine. When the baby's ready to come out, it's going to come out. No, just relax. If you want to, you know. I told one woman, no, it's possible to have a pregnancy for 4 years. She said, what? No, they're going to induce the labor. Don't have to. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وغالبه 9 أشهر. Its average is 9 months. That's known. الشرح أن غالب النساء مدة حملهن 9 أشهر. The explanation is that most women, the duration of their pregnancy is 9 months. للاستقراء. By research, يعني, by the observation. Okay. Now we are finished with the vaginal bleeding. And all that's left now is the prohibitions. What you can't do when you need a ghusl, what you can't do when you need wudu. بسم الله علينا بسم الله توكلنا على الله ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. So as you can see, there's no new fasl here, no new section. Yet, Abu Shuja he did change subjects. Are there any copies of Abu Shuja where this is a separated section? We'll have to see. I don't know. Because as you know, there are numerous copies of Abu Shuja with discrepancies between them. Slightly rearranged chapters, or a section somewhere where there's not a section in another copy, etc. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. ويحرم بالحيض والنفاس 8 أشياء. الصلاة, forbidden by menstruation and postpartum bleeding are 8 things. Prayer, ... الشرح, the explanation. تحرم الصلاة فرضها ونفلها ومثلها سجدة التلاوة والشكر على الحائض لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا أقبلت الحيضة فدعي الصلاة. Forbidden, prayer is forbidden for a menstruating or postpartum bleeding woman, whether obligatory or voluntary, and like it is prostrating for recitation or for appreciation. Because of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying, when the menstruation comes, abandon the prayer. وَلَا تَقُضِيهَا. In something I was studying has this, وَلَا تَقُضِيهَا, has it connected to the hadith. I thought that's part of the hadith. Oh, that's interesting. دَعِ الصَّلَاةَ وَلَا تَقُضِيهَا, MashaAllah. No, it's not part of the hadith. Mudraj, that's what happens. That's called mudraj, when something gets inserted. Usually to the end of the hadith. Could get inserted to the front of the hadith, or could get inserted in the middle of the hadith. Usually idraj, insertion in a hadith, happens at the end. We'll see that in hadith terminology, inshallah. So, because of this hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when the menstruation comes, then abandon the prayer. وَلَا تَقُضِيهَا, and the woman does not make it up. لِمَا رُوِيَ عَنْ عَائِشَةَ رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهَا, because of what was narrated from Aisha, may Allah accept from her, أنها قالت, that she said, كنا نحيض عند رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, we used to menstruate around the Prophet, or in the presence of the Prophet, or at the time of the Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام, the messenger of Allah. ثم نطهر, and then we would become pure. فنؤمر بقضاء الصوم, and we would be commanded to make up the fast. ولا نؤمر بقضاء الصلاة, and we would not be commanded, or we were not commanded to make up the prayer. ثم الحيض والنفاس يمنعان صحة الصلاة والصوم ونحو ذلك. And furthermore, menses and postpartum bleeding prevent the validity of prayer and fasting and the like. Yani, not only is forbidden to do it, it's not valid. وَأَمَّا الْإِسْتِحَاضَةُ فَلَا تَمْنَعْ. As for the irregular bleeding, it does not prevent or hinder the validity of prayer and fasting, because it's not menses. بل تغسل المستحاضة فرجها وتتوضأ. Rather, a woman who has irregular bleeding washes her vagina and makes wudu. Wait, yani, that's very summarized. She goes through her procedure that we're not covering right now. ويكون ذلك وقت الصلاة, and that would have to be during the time of the prayer. فلا تصح قبل الوقت, it's not valid before the time. That it should be clear for you. Insha'Allah ta'ala, you know that. No. وَيَجِبُ الْوُضُوءُ لِكُلِّ فَرْضٍ. And this woman with irregular bleeding, it's obligatory on her to make wudu for every obligation. She has to make wudu for every obligation. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والصوم. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and fasting. الشرح الثاني مما يحرم على الحائض والنفساء ترك الطعام. The second thing that is forbidden for the menstruating and postpartum bleeding woman is ترك الطعام بنية الصوم, leaving out eating with the intention of fasting. فرضا كان الصوم. فرضا كان أو نفلا, whether that were an obligatory or a voluntary prayer. أما بغير نية الصوم فجائز. As for though, if she is refraining from eating without an intention of fasting, that's permissible for that menstruating woman. وتحرم الصوم عليها قبل الانقطاع. Fasting is forbidden for her before the menses stops. أما بعد الانقطاع فيحل لهما. But after the menses, As for after the menses stopping, فَيَحِلُّ لَهُمَا وَلَوْ قَبْلَ الْغُسْلِ. I said menses. As for when the menses or the postpartum bleeding stops, then fasting is lawful for that woman even before a ghusl. Yes, can I repeat the last few parts? Yes. So last few parts were about the woman who's mustahaba. So we said here, furthermore, menses and postpartum bleeding uh, block or prevent the validity of prayer and fasting and the likes of those. As for irregular bleeding, it does not prevent it does not prevent the uh, validity of the prayer and the fasting. And as for the defective bleeding, it does not prevent or hinder the validity of the prayer or the fasting. Yani, defective bleeding doesn't stop you from doing anything but making wudu ahead of time, and makes you have to do some special procedure for your istinja, and that you can't pray more than one obligation or do more than one obligation with that. So, as for the defective bleeding, it does not prevent the validity of prayer or fasting. Rather, the woman with defective bleeding, she will wash her vagina and make wudu. And that would have to be after the time came in. It's not valid ahead of time. وَيَجِبُ الْوُضُوءُ لِكُلِّ فَرْضٍ. And then making wudu for every obligation would be obligatory. That's clear? You can follow up if you want to. Ameen wa fiq. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والصوم and fasting. We just read that. وقراءة القرآن and recitation of the Quran. الشرح, the explanation. الثالث مما يحرم على الحائض والنفساء قراءة القرآن. The third of what is prohibited for the menstruating and postpartum bleeding woman is reciting the Quran. لخبر ترمذي, due to the report of at-Tirmidhi, لا يقرأ الجنوب ولا الحائض شيئا من القرآن. The junub, neither the junub nor the menstruating woman recites any of the Quran. إلا أذكار القرآن, except the dhikrs of the Quran, without the intention of reciting Quran. كقوله عند ركوب الدابة, like for someone to say when riding an animal and even a vehicle, سبحان الذي سخر لنا هذا وما كنا له مقرنين ونحو ذلك, and the likes of that, like ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة, that's in the Quran. So the menstruating woman can say those dhikrs of the Quran. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ومس المصحف, and touching the Quran book, the Quran scripture. الشرح الرابع مما يحرم عليهما مس المصحف وحمله. The explanation is that the fourth of what is forbidden on us is touching the mushaf or carrying it. وسواء في ذلك ورقه المكتوب فيه وغيره. And it's the same concerning that a page. ورقة المكتوب ورقه المكتوب وسواء في ذلك ورقه المكتوب. It's the same a page that has Quran written on it, al-maktubu fihi, wa ghayruhu, or something else. وَلَوْ كَانَ بِحَائِلٍ, even if it were by a barrier, you can't touch it, according to Ash-Shafi'i. سواء كانت من جلد أو قماش, whether it were made of leather or material. فلو حملت الحائض الخريطة وفيها فلو حملت الحائض الخريطة. So you didn't get that according to what? Okay, let me back up. The author says here, the fourth thing that's forbidden for a menstruating woman is touching the mushaf scripture and carrying it, even a page with Quran written on it, just a page, meaning even less than the entire mushaf, even just a page, or something else, even with a barrier, كخريطة, like carrying it from a string, from a tether. سواء كانت من جلد أو قماش, whether this strap, this tether were made of skin or made of material, يعني leather. فلو حملت الحائض الخريطة وفيها مصحف حرم عليها. So if the woman carried this strap that has a mushaf on the other side of it, that's forbidden for her. واستدل الشافعي على ذلك بقوله تعالى, and Ash-Shafi'i used as evidence for this the saying of Allah, لا يمسه إلا المطهرون, which means none touches it but the purified. Did you get your answer, sister? Ameen wa fiik. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ودخول المسجد, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and entering the masjid. الشرح الخامس مما يحرم عليهما دخول المسجد. The explanation, the fifth of what is forbidden on the menstruating and postpartum bleeding women is dukhul, entering the masjid. That's the word the Sheikh used here. But he did qualify it, bimukth, with lingering, entering with lingering. وَلَوْ بِقِيَامٍ أَوْ تَرَدُّدٍ, even if that were that she was just standing still in one place, or yani, if it were that she never sat down, she's just standing, or if she's going back and forth in there, same judgment. All of that is lingering. What's not lingering is going in one door and coming out another one. Going in one door and coming back out the same door is lingering even without being still. لخبر أبي داود, and that's due to the report of Abu Dawood. فإني لا أحل المسجد لحائض ولا جنوب. Indeed, I do not legalize the masjid for a menstruating woman, nor for someone who's sexually impure. وخرج بالمكث والتردد العبور, and excluded by mingling, lingering, one might even say loitering, and going back and forth is crossing through. من دون توقف, without stopping. إذا لم تخف تلويثه, as long as she didn't fear staining the masjid بالدم, with blood. فالمرور جائز لكنه مكروه. then passing through is permissible, but it is disliked. وأما عند مالك وأبي حنيفة فالمرور حرام. But according to Malik and Abu Hanifa, passing through is haram. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy on him, والطواف, and circling the Kaaba. الشرح, the explanation. السادس مما يحرم عليها الطواف بالكعبة فرضا ونفلا. The sixth thing that is forbidden on the عليهما, on the menstruating and postpartum bleeding women, is circling the Kaaba, whether that's obligatory or voluntary. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم لعائشة رضي الله عنها, because of what the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said to Aisha, may Allah accept from her. وقد حاضت في الحج, and her case was that she menstruated during Hajj. افعلي ما يفعل الحاج غير ألا تطوفي بالبيت حتى تطهري. Do whatever a pilgrim does, except circling the house with a capital H. Until you become pure. Rawahu Shaykhan. The two sheikhs have narrated this. وَلِأَنَّ الطَّوَافَ كَالصَّلَاةِ. And because, yani, why else that's haram? Is there any other reasoning? We just saw proof. Is there a reasoning? لأن الطواف كالصلاة, because the tawaf is like the prayer. فكما أنها, that's what the Prophet said. We're going to see the hadith now. فكما أنها لا تجوز إلا بالطهر فالطواف لا يصح إلا بالطهر. So just as the prayer is not valid without purification, circling the Kaaba is not valid without purification. لخبر الحاكم وصححه, due to the report of Al-Hakim, and he authenticated it, الطواف بمنزلة الصلاة إلا أن الله أحل فيه النطق. Circling the Kaaba has the status, or is of the station of prayer, except that Allah legalized speaking during it. Al-Hadith, etc., to the end of the Hadith. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والوطء والاستمتاع بما بين السرة والركبة. The explanation is that the seventh of what is forbidden for her is sexual intercourse. ويحرم عليهما تمكين الزوج, and it is forbidden for either of those to give access to the husband. لقوله تعالى, talk about penetration here in particular. لقوله تعالى, because of what God said, ولا تقربوهن حتى يطهرن, do not approach them until they are pure. وكذا يحرم الاستمتاع بما بين السرة والركبة مع المباشرة. And likewise, it is forbidden to enjoy what is between the navel and the knee with contact. A biduni ha'il, meaning if that's without a barrier. So without a barrier means even her legs, like just above her knee, for example, and she's menstruating. If there's no barrier there, you cannot touch there. You cannot enjoy there.
I
Yes.
wanted to ask for the woman who's istihada, she has istihada. Can if she does that, you know, like how they say istibahat fard al wudu. So if she does that, can she touch the mushaf?
Yes.
And also for the tawaf, if she's istihada, if she's yani anda istihada.
Yes.
Okay, barakallahu fikum.
I mean, wafikum. If she made an intention to legalize an obligation, then she can touch mushaf with that.
So, that intention that she does, it's just for touching the Quran. So she cannot pray with that, also, right? like a fard.
We're talking about here. We're not talking about tayammum here. So that's the rule in tayammum here.
No, because
What did I ask?
she has istihada. That's what I mean. When
Yeah, she does have istihadah here.
so she can only pray one, like if she had a prayer, like she could only pray the fard, one fard with that, correct? If
Correct.
she does, yeah. So I'm asking, is it the same like for her, like if she does it for reciting the Quran or touching the mushaf, then can she pray with that,
Yeah, and
utilizing the
I'm saying this. That is the rule in tayammum. Is that the rule here? Oh, I need to review.
okay, barakallahu fikum.
I mean, wafi. So it is forbidden to enjoy what's between the navel and the knees with contact without a barrier by sexual intercourse أو غيره, or less than that. لقوله تعالى, because God said فاعتزلوا النساء في المحيض, abstain from the women during menses. Withdraw from the women during the menses. But that's, withdrawing here means refraining from the intercourse. It doesn't mean, withdrawing here doesn't mean ignore them, don't live with them, treat them like they turned into najasa or something like that. ولخبر أبي داود بإسناد جيد أنه صلى الله عليه وسلم سئل عما يحل للرجل من امرأته. And also because of the report of Abu Dawood with a good chain of narration that the Prophet ﷺ was asked about what is legal for a man with his wife وهي حائض, when she's menstruating. فقال لك ما فوق الإزار. He said whatever is above the izar. So not below the izar, and not below the navel, and not above the knee. Wait, let me see. ويستمر تحريم ما ذكر إلى انقطاع الدم. And the prohibition that has been mentioned will last until the blood stops. والاغتسال, and she bathes. أو بديله وهو التيمم, or if she has to replace the bath, then she needs to do tayammum. أما فوق السرة وتحت الركبة فلا يحرم. As for above the navel and below the knee, that is not forbidden. وكذا الاستمتاع فوق حائل فليس بحرام بل مكروه. And likewise, enjoying her over a barrier, that's not haram, it's disliked. ويجوز, so it means his skin doesn't touch her skin. And yeah, I, I think it's clear for you what's meant here. ويجوز على قول عند الشافعية ما عدا الوطء من الاستمتاعات. And according to a saying of some Shafi'is, it is permissible for the husband to do all enjoyments with his wife, his menstruating wife, except intercourse. تنبيه, notice, لا يكره طبخ الحائض. It's not disliked for a menstruating woman to cook. ولا استعمال ما مسته من ماء أو عجين أو طعام. Nor is it disliked to use anything that she touched, whether it's water or dough or food, yani paste or food. أو نحو ذلك, or the likes. ولا تنجس ما مسته النار. Sorry. I'm a little tired now, but we're almost done. ولا تنجس ما مسته منه. And she doesn't contaminate anything that she touched of food and the like. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ويحرم على الجنوب خمسة أشياء, and forbidden for the junub are 5 things. الصلاة prayer. الشرح يحرم على الجنوب الصلاة مطلقا سواء كانت فرضا أو نفلا. The explanation is that prayer is absolutely forbidden for someone who's junub, whether it were obligatory or voluntary. ولو صلاة جنازة, and even a funeral prayer. وكذا سجدة التلاوة والشكر, and likewise prostrating for recitation or thanks. Bismillah. بسم الله توكلت على الله ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. All right, let's finish this. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وقراءة القرآن, and reciting the Quran. الشرح, the explanation, أنه لا يجوز للجنوب قراءة القرآن, is that it is not permissible for someone who is junub to recite the Quran بقصده, with that intention. ولو بعض آية, not even a part of an ayah. أما إذا قرأ بنية الذكر فليس حراما. As for if he recited something for dhikr from the Quran, then it's not haram. كنحو قوله سبحان الذي سخر لنا هذا وما كنا له مقرنين. Like this ayah that we already recited. This is the ayah that you recite when you want to ride an animal or ride in a vehicle, for example, so that Allah Ta'ala would subjugate it for you. That's from the Quran. If you were junub, you can still recite that as a dhikr. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ومس المصحف وحمله, touching and carrying the book of the Quran. الشرح يحرم على الجنوب مس المصحف وحمله ولو كان المس للبياض الذي على الهامش. The explanation is that it is forbidden for someone who is junub to touch the mushaf and to carry it, even touching the empty margins around the edges of the page. والجلد, and also the cover, إن كان متصلا به, if it's connected to the book. ولا يحرم ما كتب لحرز, and it's not forbidden to carry and touch what is written for protection. ويستثنى من ذلك الصبي المميز, and excluded from this rule is the discriminating prepubescent child. فإنه يمكن من مسه وحمله مع الحدث للدراسة. This child would be enabled to or permitted to touch the mushaf and carry it while impure for the sake of study, لمشقة دوام طهره, because of the difficulty of the child keeping his wudu. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والطواف, and circling the Kaaba. الشرح يحرم على الجنوب الطواف بالكعبة ولو طواف نفل. The explanation is that it is forbidden for someone who is junub to circle the Kaaba, even if it's a voluntary circling. قال المؤلف رحمه الله واللبث في المسجد. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and dwelling in the masjid. الشرح, the explanation, يحرم على الجنوب المسلم اللبث في المكث في المسجد. It is forbidden for the junub Muslim to dwell, to linger in the masjid. ولو كان على وجه التردد, even التردد فيه, even in the way of going back and forth, even if he's not being still, he's moving around from wall to wall, from pillar to pillar, for example. وَذَلِكَ لِآيَةٍ, that's due to this ayah. وَلَا جُنُبًا إِلَّا عَابِرِي سَبِيلٍ, which means no one enters the masjid while junub except someone who's passing by or passing through. وَلِلْحَدِيثِ الْمُتَقَدِّم, and that's also due to the previously mentioned hadith, وَخَرَجَ بِالْمُكْثِ وَالتَّرَدُّدِ الْعُبُورِ, and excluded by lingering and going back and forth is merely passing through. أَمَّا الْكَافِرُ الْجُنُوب, now what about the blasphemer who is junub? فَيُمَكَّنُ مِنَ الدُّخُولِ إِلَى الْمَسْجِدِ وَالْمُكْثِ فِيهِ بِإِذْنِ مُسْلِمٍ لِحَاجَةٍ. He is enabled to enter the masjid and to dwell therein, to linger therein, with a Muslim's permission, for some need. A need is an errand. An errand is less than an emergency. كرجاء Islam ونحو ذلك, like hoping that he would embrace Islam and the likes. ودليله أن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم ربط كافرا من المشركين في المسجد. And the evidence for this is that the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam tied a kafir mushrik to a pillar in the masjid. ثم بعد 3 أيام أسلم. Then after 3 days he embraced Islam من تلقاء نفسه, on his own. من غير أن يجبره الرسول, without the messenger forcing him صلى الله عليه وسلم. ثم رجع إلى قومه فدعاهم إلى الإسلام. Then he went back to his people and he called them to Islam. أما الكافرة الحائض, as for the menstruating kafirah, فليس لها ذلك, this is not extended to her. فلو أذن له مسلم ولو أذن لها مسلم بالدخول, even if a Muslim did give her permission to enter, she wouldn't be allowed to. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ويحرم على المحدث 3 أشياء, 3 things are forbidden for a muhdith. الصلاة, prayer, ... الشرح يحرم على المحدث حدثا أصغر 3 أشياء. The explanation is that what is forbidden for the one who needs to make wudu, the one who needs to make wudu for a minor impurity, 3 things are forbidden for such a one. وهي الصلاة مطلقة, that's prayer, absolutely, that's one. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والطواف, and circling the Kaaba. الشرح, the explanation. الثاني مما يحرم عليه الطواف, the second thing forbidden for him is tawaf. لأنه كالصلاة, because it's like prayer. لا يقبل إلا بالطهارة, it is unacceptable but with purification. التي منها الوضوء, that purification amongst which is wudu. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ومس المصحف وحمله, and touching the mushaf and carrying it. الشرح الثالث مما يحرم على المحدث حدثا أصغر مس المصحف وكذا حمله. The third is that among what is forbidden for someone who needs wudu, someone who has minor impurity, is touching the Quran scripture and likewise carrying it. وَمَسُّهُ لَهُ مِنَ الصَّغَائِرِ, touching it in such a way is a small sin, not a major sin. وَيُمَكَّنُ الصَّبِيُّ مِنْهُ لِحَاجَةِ التَّعَلُّمِ, and the child will be given access to it for the need of education. Wallahu a'lam. We have reached the end of Kitab al-Tahara. Congratulations, any one of you who attended all of these Abu Shuja marathons. We're not done, bi'idhnillah. If Allah enables us, we're going to continue like this every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then inshallah, we will do as much as Allah enables us. Ameen. Do you have any question I can answer for you? But this book of purification is done. Barakallahu fikum. Took it by talaqqi. And I hope now that the whole book of purification for Abu Shuja is now more condensed for you. Do you know how the knowledge is? When you first learn something, it's like a massive file, and you don't have a lot of space for it. Your mind is the storage, and the new information is like a massive file. You don't have the space for it. Yeah, and you got some space, but not a lot of space. But as you increase in comprehension, it becomes like what do they call a compressed file. It's like it shrinks. You still have the whole file, but now it's like just a smaller version of the file. And you're able to now set that whole condensed file to the side. You have more space now. Now you're ready to take more. So I hope now the whole book of Kitab al-Tahara, the whole book of purification in the book of Abu Shuja is now a condensed file for you, or more condensed, and you have more broader picture of it. Barakallahu fikum. Let's stop here. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik. أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. آمين وإياكم. I ask Allah Ta'ala to grant us what we ask for, to grant us an accepted dua, and to bless our families, and to bless our monies, and to bless our health, and to relieve the Muslims in the war zones, and to grant the Muslims the victories. Allahumma ameen.